the stream.
All right. Button pressed. Link coming up shortly.
Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I believe this is session 45.
Correct.
And we are joining Team Silence at the end
Already in progress.
of the bout, of the duel between Lob, Cragdigger, and Sithov, Ir Koran.
Now known as Thumbless.
The Thumbless Wonder. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to unpause. Oops, what did I do? That was the wrong window to hit spacebar on. Hopefully I didn't do anything weird. Okay.
Famous last words.
Right? Okay, so I'm assuming that you're all going to move forward. So I'm going to go ahead and move you forward. Okay. I'm going to say that they pulled Sithov over here. His uncle and Mont Richard are seeing to him, and there are guards around the. I'm going to turn this down just a tad. There are guards around the governor and some of the others. So yeah, I would say, Lob, you would probably have kept your distance. And as the crowd is cheering and talking, Governor Jurian looks at you with a mixed, with an almost emotionless face. You get a nod of respect from Dorian right here. And in a loud, carrying voice, the governor, Jurian says to you, or says to the crowd and everyone, "Today, we have gathered here before the gods. This man was accused and has proven himself innocent of these charges." With that, the crowd cheers as Lob has clearly won their favor. There is a lot of commotion and people kind of crowding. There's a ring of guards around the fountain who are working to keep everyone back, except for the few people that you see around them. According to our customs, You have earned the right to seek a boon. Or come forward, champion, and state your request.
Ah, son of a bitch.
As you step forward, you say the first crack of emotion. A tightness around his eyes. And without even needing to roll an insight check, you can tell that he is almost demanding of you that you better watch yourself.
And audience with the critic.
I don't know if it was for anybody else, but yours was wicked crackly.
Yeah, you got really cracked.
Yeah.
I understood what you said, but
I didn't pick up what he said at all.
Oh, I didn't hear him at all. I didn't think he talked.
Oh.
The crowd
demand.
quiets.
that's better.
I demand an audience with the king.
Kind of starts murmuring again. They sound mad.
Some of them are. You sense from the crowd that that is not what they were hoping for. Jurian considers you, and then he raises his hands as the crowd quiets. You seek an audience with His Royal Majesty. He nods once. I, Jurian Irwinarn, Governor of the fine city of Fairhaven, brother to His Royal Majesty, will see this done. And with that, a lot more of the people begin talking. He steps forward and quietly he reaches to shake your hand. He holds his hand out, Lob.
How does he hold his hand out? Just like,
Oh, to shake, like to clasp your hand.
I shake his hand.
Okay, as you grip his hand, with his right hand he grabs your hand, and with his left he takes a firm grip of your forearm. And he leans in.
How powerful of a grip is it?
It's firm, but it's not like causing any type of it's not
like strength 20 firm.
nah. And it's not threatening. It's just his grip and on with both hands is somewhat firm. And he leans in ever so slowly with a huge smile on his face. and he says in a voice that only you can hear, "You may have won this round, but there are those who believe that you and the houses you serve are not long for this world. Certainly not in Undair. However, you will see the king after you handle your business. We will have no more of this fighting and bickering amongst the houses. You and your companions see me in my study after you have basked in your praise, as he looks around at the crowd adoring to you. And with that, he nods, a smile still on his face, and strides away. Meanwhile, with looks of daggers and healers coming over, all of these guys fade away. There's still a circle of guards kind of keeping the central area so that Lob does not get mobbed. However, you guys can now oh, what is on his? What the heck is on Dorian?
I saw that too, and I was wondering myself.
He's a ghost.
How do you do it?
Oh, he's turned.
He's undead. Holy
Oh shit! You weren't supposed to see that. All right. Okay. So, Dave Angelia turns to you, Dove,
Yes.
and says to you, "Quite an exciting bout."
The outcome is
You're-
never in doubt.
She nods to you, concedes, gives you kind of a okay, and she says, "Now that this is settled, I believe you can move on to other things, yes?"
Yeah. We still have a
And-
lot to settle.
Yep. And Vanies turns to you and nods. "We will abide by your judgment, Grand Arbiter.
That is most
Again.
appreciated.
If there is anything my house can do to assist you, you have but to let us know." And she nods to you, gives a nod to Dave Angelia, and leaves with her retinue. Okay, Lob, you see some familiar faces. And the rest of you, what are you doing?
Staying the fuck away from everybody.
I am going to move over to this crowd.
Okay. All right.
And-
Go ahead.
and I'm gonna move in and give Clef a big bear hug and lift her off her feet.
Okay. All right. She laughs and heartily pats you on the back, and says to you, "Well fought. Was the bit at the end necessary? Bit brutal, don't you think?" And you vaguely remember the boy. He quickly runs up and he's just brimming with excitement and enthusiasm, and just says to you, "That was brilliant! I love the bit at the end! Serves that bastard right!"
If you only knew... What the fuck is his name? His actual name. I know him as Dushkanu too well.
Mont Richard.
If you only knew Mont Richard as well as we do, you would understand that it is completely necessary.
Clef just kind of gives you a smirk and kind of like raises her eyebrows as if to say, "If you think so." Oberyn holds out his hand to shake yours, and tells you that we're glad we... Oh, what voice did I use for him? Hold on. We're glad that we were able to make it. The boy would not shut up. It was well fought. His wife next to him seems pretty shy, but also a little uncomfortable maybe with the size of the crowds, as she keeps kind of like staring around at just everything. And Marcus, his son, agrees, and he's just staring at you with open wonder. And Oberyn kind of glances towards Clef, and he says to you, "Of course, it was not only the duel that we wished to see. I wish to thank you for what you have done for our town, taking care of all of that."
Well, at least you didn't shoot me with that crossbow.
Yes. I thought that I was done with Alvis, but I am glad you visited that night. Our town is much better off. Thank you.
You are heartily welcome.
And for the first time, you can definitely see that his wife agrees, nods with her husband, and quietly murmurs her thanks too. And you can see that it has made a difference. Yeah. Hold. You gonna hold it? Here. There you go. No problem. And Clef just kind of nods along with them, and says, "It's made quite a bit of difference in that time. It was good working with you. I'm going to be in Fairhaven for a bit before I move on. Look me up." And she gives you a wink and hugs Marcus, shakes hands with Oberyn and clasps the hand of his wife, murmuring something in her ear before she heads out.
Okay. I go to Oberon and say, please, I know this journey has probably not been cheap, but let me pay for your return journey.
He holds his hands up, and he says, "It is not necessary. Please, I thank you, but no. In fact," and he kind of sighs and looks towards his wife. "We are not heading back just yet. There is a festival nearby that Cordelia wishes to attend. So we go."
I look towards Cordelia, and then I say, well, Cordelia, at least buy yourself a nice dress. And I hand her 20 gold.
She looks just like flabbergasted, and Oberyn kind of just gives you a look, and he says, "You are too kind."
It's like
But-
you're making me look bad.
Yeah, he says, "I will make sure that Marcus and Cordelia will have a great time. You should, if you are free, you should visit Windshire, near the Duskwood. Their wine festival this week is... I have dabbled myself, and I have several casks I wish to sell. Maybe
Oh, that's
I
right.
get-
Did he have a... What kind of... He was a farmer?
What's that?
He had a vineyard.
Yeah. Not a huge one. He was a farmer. And not something that he talked about or noticed. But most of Ondair is widely known for its... Because it has such a good temperate climate, it's widely known for its wines. And there are festivals all the time. But yeah, he says, he tells you, that that's where they're heading. And then they thank you. Anyone else want to be doing something? I think Dave Angelia is probably not going to stick around.
Right.
Dorian comes over, followed by his by Catelyn Stark.
Wow, yeah.
It really is.
Yes.
And he congratulates. While Lob is busy, he just congratulates the group of you, and says musingly, says, it seems like all of my efforts to secure an audience with the king are no longer needed. Congratulations, Grand Arbiter.
Give a bow or a nod. It's like, yeah, maybe we can finally start tying up some loose ends.
I think this is a great victory to see that the houses remain in good favor with all of Onder.
Maybe not
This
all.
will. Yes, maybe not all, but those purple poltroons
Mhm.
can pound sand. Yes. Ha ha.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. So he nods. Please give my congratulations to the fearsome Lob.
We will do that.
And they kind of head out as well.
Okay.
And then with that, Janella and her compatriots kind of head over, looking at Lob. And they also give you their congratulations and compliments.
It was all him. But I was never worried, I say. Convincingly.
All right.
Because I'm incapable of not being convincing.
All right. So, Lob, after once again, Marcus just gushing over everything, at one point he asks if he can. You dropped your greatsword, right?
Yes.
He asks if he can grab it for you and carries it back just like, and brings it to you, presents it to you, and says, one of these days, I'll be just like you. And with that, after thanking you again, and Cordelia this time, greatly, just effusely thanks you for the gift. And after that, they also make their way out.
Right. Is the crowd thinning?
The crowd is definitely thinning.
Alright, then I'm gonna go over here near the fountain and, like, collapse.
You're gonna what? Wait, what?
How's he doing on
Collapse.
lunch?
Oh yeah, you are.
I got plenty of hit points, but
Wait, where the hell did you go? Where is your token? I can't even
He's down
see it
by the
anymore.
fountain.
Oh. Oh shit. Hold on. I'm gonna move you because you're on top of one of my. Oh no, that's okay.
Mhm.
Good.
You have something on
You're
the
on
GM
top
layer
of
we
one of
can't
my.
see?
Yeah, you're on top of one of my invisible tokens. So it's like, what the hell? Okay, we're good now.
You probably shouldn't let that slip.
Okay. Yeah, you are freaking. Well, it's
Yeah.
just the people I made disappear. No big deal.
Oh, okay. It's the
He was
ambush
on top
hiding
of
in
Janella. Okay, yeah, you are pretty beat, Lob.
Or you want to maybe...
He is gonna. Hold on. Oh no.
What time of day is it? It's morning, right? Or
Hold
It's
on.
like
early
probably like
afternoon?
12,
Okay.
20 by now.
The clock says 1:15, 1:16.
I gotta find that clock. I keep...
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
He's undergoing mitosis.
Yes. Ivan looks to you, reaches out. Here, let's have him. Oh, he needs to do a long rest.
ignore that. I hit something I didn't mean to hit.
You're stepping away for a second. This so. And you're back. All right.
Apparently,
Okay.
if you hit that door icon on the left side, that's step away.
Oh.
He is going to cast. Oh shit! Hold on. He's got to get close. Can't be more than 55 feet. Freaking.
Well, I like healing word better.
Yeah.
All right.
Plus, it's a bonus action, but it doesn't heal as much. So
Okay. 22 plus 2. So 24 points of healing.
Damn. Good.
And then he'll do a level 1.
Well, he's making himself useful.
How does that feel?
for-
With this
15.
He didn't tell you what the price is yet for him healing you.
Oh.
And then another 20.
Wow. So now, if there's
Oh,
any
and
price-
Lob fucking grapples him to show his thanks. That's awesome.
bear hug with damage.
He doesn't know his own strength.
Mhm.
Come on, man. I got 13 more hit points to get.
Yeah,
You know,
keep healing me.
Jesus.
I didn't say stop.
Fine. I'll do another level
Like our
1.
dog when you scratch
No,
her,
no,
she keeps bugging me. till-
Okay, there's 10 points of healing, so you're good.
Oh man.
You're back up to 102.
103.
Jeez.
No, 102.
Wow.
And you still have your temporary hit point drain.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So does Dove.
So
Yeah.
do I.
Oh, but Dove's went away. So
Oh, no,
I
yeah,
say,
we did get rid of
no,
mine, didn't
someone
we?
someone got a lesser someone
Yeah.
lesser
Oh,
restoration than because
that's
hers
true.
was so bad.
Right. It was. Pretty
Yeah,
bad.
hers was.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure Mother did or someone did the night before.
Oh yeah, Dalavash is pretty bad too. Not
Yeah,
as
Dove's was
bad.
worse, but yeah.
No, let's just not get into a fight. Till we can do it again.
Yeah, right.
That's a once per day spell, right? You only have one of them.
Well, doesn't it reset after 24 hours? So once we hit like
Yeah.
8 o'clock tonight, it should be done.
It should be gone.
Oh, okay.
Assuming we live
Okay.
that long.
Wow.
All right.
Fair statement. Fair statement.
Sorry, am I being pessimistic again?
Yeah, whoever said
Bad habit.
Dalavash was the happy one.
I said Dalvash. I didn't say Brian.
That's a character. That's not me.
Yeah, I saw those conversations and I was just like, I don't know if any of us are truly happy. I guess happiest of the 5? That's,
Yeah.
It's on a curving scale.
Y'all are kind of a dour lot.
Yeah, we have a.
Man, I can't
we
imagine
have
why.
history. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, we've been dealing with Jesus.
Yeah.
We've seen.
So Ivan nods to you, Lob, and says, "Well fought."
I thought so.
For the rest of you, well, Lob, are you going to let them know what Jurian told you?
Oh.
I mean, yes, but this hardly seems a place to do it.
Yeah, we could.
Well, there's not many people around you. If you were,
Alright,
you know,
alright.
all like to huddle around Lob,
Mhm.
then he could explain it.
Well, Mother will. Sorry, can I add something first?
Yes.
Mother will say, "You remain the sharpest of us, Lob. I am impressed, and with your skills as well." I nod at Ivan. "I only wish it had not been necessary to do it this way." And I kind of look at, Mother kind of looks in the direction the Jurian and Mont Richard went.
You're right, Mother. It should have been Douche Canoe that's missing a thumb right now.
Anyways,
Sometimes they only understand force.
Jurian said to me that we need to deal with our business before we can have an audience.
Meaning the house argument?
Correct.
Okay. Well, hopefully House Orion has their new leadership settled, because we can't really do anything until they've got their own house in order.
That wasn't all he said.
He wants us to meet him at his
Right, but that's
office.
when we're done with the other
He
stuff.
said after all the praise.
Yeah, I think there was a
Oh,
thread
like
in there.
now?
Oh, I thought he said after the stuff was concluded. Did he mean after the?
He said the stuff was concluded, and then at the end, he said, if once all your praise is done, come see me in my office.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all right,
Unless
I
there was
missed that part.
misspeaking at the end, but that's what I heard. And wrote down. You're also muted.
You got it.
All right. Then I correct myself.
And
Did he mean just you or us?
He did say you and your companions.
Okay.
Yeah.
yes, we are to meet him once we are finished here.
Right, out of sight of adoring crowds and prying eyes. Interesting. I'm ready when you are.
Ivan says, I do not believe that he would retaliate in this manner. Surely.
No. No, that's not what I'm worried
It is time that I check in.
I hope we satisfied all your issues and settled any worries you might have about our group.
Indeed. What's up, kid? Huh? Oh, hold on. There you go. Crap.
I give Law just kind of a attaboy pat on the back. I don't say anything, I just shoulder slap. Just
What was that? A
Another-
mosquito?
yeah, right.
I say to him, so you did great. My only thing is, did you have to take his thumb off at the end? I mean, that seemed a little heavy-handed.
His hand's a little lighter now.
Oh,
Oh!
Oh.
Did I mention I'm a comedian? back?
Heyo.
Come see my stand-up in Sharn this weekend only.
So, Mother will ask Ivan, very well, I imagine you are busy checking on others. Is there anyone we should coordinate intelligence with?
He says to you that he must check in, and then he will be in touch if there are new orders or anything of that kind.
I see. We believe we have learned something of their methods, goals, and hoped to see if we could learn from others, get expertise on. Mother thinks about how to say it. Astronomical phenomena, arcane details that may be pertinent. So if you should have any time or contacts, that would be appreciated.
Of course, I will. I will see what I can find. Who we can trust. This matter is very delicate. But you have my word. I will find someone. And with that, he nods and bids you all adieu and good luck.
Give him the formal bow or whatever. Off he goes. Goodbye.
So now that we don't need to see the king, should perhaps we ask for something different?
I mean,
What do you mean you don't need to see the
We s-
king?
we
What are we
s-
talking about?
yeah, I think we still.
We just do? All right.
I think the idea
Yeah.
we have two missions, kind of. We have to solve the house problem, and then we have to make sure that the king isn't attempting to kick all of the houses out of
On there. Yeah.
Problem is, it seems like the governor wants the houses kicked out too, and he's got his brother. You know,
Oh, yeah.
that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, we may still want to ask Dorian if he can help us there, or if that's even possible.
I think he already left.
Well, in the future.
Well, if we're done here,
Well, we should go to his office
Yep, head to the office.
or meeting place.
Yep. So we can be told about all the different conditions that's going to be required to meeting the king, and how we have to yell to him across a cliff because we're not allowed to be within 30 feet of him, and then all these other
Yep.
weird
We have to bring a
restrictions.
gift.
Yeah, let's bring two
We have to
gifts
bring a
each.
gift.
It has to be at least 50
Yeah.
gold per gift. Oh yeah, all the
Yeah.
restrictions. Yeah.
Only red M&Ms.
Yeah. Don't look directly at the king. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Exactly. You guys know.
Strings coming off of the king's arms and legs are not important, and please ignore them completely.
All right, so where are you guys going?
We will accompany Lob
In the
to
direction
office of
Durian went?
Yeah. Or to the governor's office, right? Or
Okay. Yeah. So
Oh yeah.
you guys can easily probably get directions. You are expected, and so therefore they bring you into
The murder
the
holes.
study.
Oh,
I say, do we have like a page that brings us?
Correct. Okay. The study is quite extravagant, and yet also mostly utilitarian. Books line the walls, bookshelves, and there is, despite the picture, a nice roaring fire going in the hearth.
Is it more for looks? Because how cold is the weather?
It is more for looks. It is.
He likes the sound of the crackling fire.
Yeah.
I smell the burning
Um,
flesh.
hold
I
on.
mean wood.
Puts his guests at ease before he
Calendar set up.
Maybe this is on there. Maybe he has a fondue pot set up.
It's actually. Hold on. It's May, so it's, it's not sweltering outside. It is definitely more for looks. But it's like the beginning, still the, end of spring.
Spring,
Yep. So,
yeah. Okay.
and maybe today there's a little bit of a chill in the air. It's not uncomfortable as you guys sit and wait.
It's May in a temperate climate.
Yep.
In a very drafty medieval style building.
Right. As opposed to where I spent May in Puerto Rico, which that's not this.
Okay. Eventually,
Yes.
Jurian joins you. And there are enough chairs for everyone. He sits down behind his desk, motions the rest of you to sit, and spends a few moments going over papers on his desk, mostly ignoring you.
Mm-hmm.
Who else is in the room?
It's just the 7 of you.
Oh, excellent time to kill him.
Okay, Wob.
No witnesses.
Now, has he met Raymond yet?
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Well, he hasn't, but he doesn't seem surprised. And
Okay.
clearly they were expecting him,
Right.
as there
That's the
are
extra
6
chair.
chairs.
Yeah.
After a few moments of going through papers, he shuffles the stack, sets it aside, steeples his fingers, and looks pointedly at you, Dove.
I will pointedly look back.
After a moment, before breaking the silence, he meets the gaze of each and every one of you, starting from the furthest to the left, going back to the right.
I make myself look as relaxed and comfortable as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he's trying to put us ill at ease, it's not working kind of
Yeah.
posture.
He says to you, he says, what is it that you want
We want to prevent
from
war.
the city?
We want to prevent unnecessary conflict. We want to maintain the status quo and keep the peace throughout Corvair.
And he kind of nods at that, and he says, and which status quo would that be?
The one where the houses and the governments of the, I forget how many there are, nations are not at odds with one another.
He kind of nods at that.
Where everyone is happy, profits keep flowing. No one's unnecessarily getting killed.
He raises a finger at that. Profits, you say? I think there we come to the heart of the matter. There are some who say that the houses, they do not pay enough. They do not contribute. That the king should force levies and taxes beyond what they pay now.
May I ask who these some are that are making these statements? Do they personally have access to the books of the houses? Do they know the profit margins these companies make? Or are they just jumping to conclusions based on hearsay and speculation?
This is not a rural city. This is Fairhaven and the seat of the throne. Those who speak of these things are powerful lords and nobles who are part of the king's council.
Understandable. But wealth and power doesn't denote knowledge. Honestly, half of your nobles probably get there through birth and no actual skill or intelligence. I appreciate what you're trying to say, but I also appreciate that there's a lot of factors that go into what these houses make and what they pay and expenses, and I'm not an accountant. I don't know the details there. But instead of jumping to conclusions or kicking the houses out, has anyone thought to try to renegotiate contracts?
And the houses would be willing to discuss this with His Majesty.
There's no way to know without asking.
And you can make this happen.
I could make some inquiries, some inroads, see if I could
He said
make the arrangements.
he leans back and studies you more, scrutinizing. His eyes dart back and forth between each of your eyes as he looks deeply. Yes, Mother.
Out of character question, is what we have been told that the efforts are to kick the houses out of Ondair completely with these efforts, or just to levy more taxes and such?
What you have kind of gathered is that there is a group, the Purple Party, who wants to see all of the houses expelled.
Yep, that's what I'm
Okay.
going on.
Okay.
Now, do we know if the governor's part of that party or not? Well, I know he's friends with Douche Canoe, but
I believe what I remember hearing is he has tried to appear like he has kept his distance, but our intelligence suggests he may be,
okay. Yeah,
at least on speaking terms, and maybe support them.
yeah, that's the impression I'm acting under. That's why I'm actually curious that he's willing to discuss this right now, because it might be that first foot in the door to figure out what the problem is before we even get to the king. If we can get him at least listening to us, he may not poison the king against us when we finally meet him.
There's one of your handouts.
Yeah.
I was totally wrong. I should have looked at it myself. He is not the brother of the king. He is the second cousin.
Ah, supporter and financier of the Purple Party.
They're brothers
Or
now.
lead us to believe.
Change your lore.
Yeah, yeah.
Change my lore.
That's all right. I do it all the time. Facts change constantly.
Yep.
NPCs lose names and get new ones.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Important people fall off the face of the planet. You know, we're not infallible.
He's also gotten a glow up
Yeah,
from that first picture.
he's shaved.
He lost his resting bitch face.
He really did. His sneer.
Yeah, those eyebrows.
Were we to renegotiate, that could prove to sway those noblemen who are more undecided. See what you can do. If you are to negotiate in good faith, this would go, I think, give you much more clout with His Royal Majesty.
Your brother cousin?
My brother cousin.
It's on Dare, not Alabama.
On Dare's the Alabama of
Hey,
Eberron. You
I
don't know?
am so sorry. My kids are gonna murder each other upstairs. I gotta go deal with this. Be right back.
All right.
Alright. I kind of need to step away for a second anyway.
Then again, I guess the royalty in Europe kind of were that way anyway
That's
in
true.
the 1700s.
Mm-hmm.
Good old
Grossly
Habsburgs.
accurate.
Now, I'm not actually sure how much negotiating with the houses themselves
That's what
I can
I'm
even
thinking.
do.
I'm like, we should get we should get their contracts, and then it's like, who do you want to negotiate with? Do you think needs
Right.
renegotiating?
Yeah, because we're
It's
dealing
like-
with, what, 13 houses or something?
Yeah, 13 including the Blood of Vol, so
Oh, yeah.
12 technically.
So 12, and
But-
they all run different aspects of finance and trade and all that other stuff. So yeah, it's huge. But we work for the organization that supposedly works for all 12. So I'm kind of hoping we could get in touch with somebody in our organization that can make these things
I mean, if
happen.
Ivan is reporting to Atoma,
right.
then we could just get it straight to the person who's in command and be like, hey, like, if this is something you need done, this is something we need done.
Right.
And I mean, if
Well, it's like
it's kind of nice that it's not like he's coming in here being an asshole,
Yeah.
and there is kind of there's another avenue of what we can do to make it so hopefully we don't.
yeah. Well, I want to see the cutscene where he's meeting with Dushkanu and he's like, "So are they leaving?" And he's like, "Well, actually, we had a little talk and we're thinking about maybe what."
I know, you're seriously. So actually, we're kind of best friends now. I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
ask you and your party to
You
leave.
gotta stand down a little bit. Let's see where this goes. No.
That would be amazing.
Well, basically, I think he tried being an asshole and it didn't work, so he's trying something different.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but I don't
Two
think he was
things.
expecting us to, or at least me, to say, "Yeah, we could try to work something out." Like, wait, what?
Oh yeah.
well, two things.
The
A,
houses may not be ready to negotiate, but I'm ready.
as a grand arbiter, I think you do have the authority to do a lot and force them to meet. I mean, you already have the authority to make them sign contracts with each other.
Right, but I
and
can't
B-
make them accept certain terms. I don't think I can. arbitrate.
True. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
can
it's
force
with
them
the
to
kingdom
accept
too.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not house to house. It's houses to kingdoms. So we can't really.
Yeah.
That'd be really fucked up,
And
and
I-
that'd look bad on us. I would think us trying to force them to do something with the kingdom that we're not a part of. That
Right.
could look really bad.
And I'm not sure if the arbitership works against kingdoms or just house-related issues.
Hmm.
So,
Well, regardless, I think you would have the authority to, at the least,
force people
get
to the
them to
table.
meet and try to form a unified front, at least as much as those who are not warring with each other.
Right. Which we have to deal with the issues between the houses first before we can get them to sit down
Exactly.
to a negotiation.
But the second thing is, I would imagine they've already had negotiations. Otherwise, well, that or this whole effort to push them out as more a negotiating tactic to try to bluff them into meeting to negotiate. But
Yeah.
I imagine they've tried to negotiate in the past, and the houses have basically just said no.
Right.
Sure.
Right. And I could be the potential, listen, you have to sit down with them now. Because if you don't want to get kicked out of this kingdom completely, then these are the terms.
Well, it's particularly an issue for, I believe, at least, 3 of the houses, I think, are technically in Onder's land, so
Right. Isn't it
if
the
they
three we're
get
dealing
kicked
with?
out,
Aren't
it's
their
like,
houses responsible for ending, or no, not responsible for ending, but they keep kind of a peace so that there's not another mourning? Am I wrong? Am I wrong in that?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm not sure either. I didn't think I wasn't under that impression, but I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, some of the houses are currently at war, I think, just not the ones
Yeah.
we're dealing with.
well, so the difference is, I believe, the 12 and servitors are there to keep pieces among the houses, but the Great War or Last War was technically between the nations, not the houses.
Yeah,
And I
which is
doubt
why they
the
could help
houses really
anyone.
are able to influence that.
I mean, I'm really looking at the houses as just the big corporations. We've got Disney, Time Warner, Microsoft. They're just the big companies that just fund everybody.
And eventually Eberron will become Shadowrun, where the corporations actually run everything.
Yeah. It's medieval Shadowrun.
Pretty much. All right, I'm assuming Jeremy and Jamie are back.
No, I never left.
Yeah, I'm
You
here.
didn't click your back button.
Oh.
All right. I'm just gonna take a moment to say there is no rivalry than between the firstborn child and the middle child. Good lord. I told them they can make root beer floats. You think that would be like a joyous occasion? Nope, it's freaking all-out war between those two. Okay. All right. So he considers you again. Did you answer him when he said, he told you it would go a long way if you could make that happen.
Right, and I said I could facilitate a sit down, but it's gonna take. I mean, it's gonna take negotiating with the houses to actually. I can't force them to sign anything, basically.
Now, about this argument between your houses, Orion and Lyrandar. You have 2 days to settle this.
No, we haven't.
You
had a
do
chance to
this.
check in, but we're hoping to.
You do this, and I will see about finding you time for an audience with His Royal Majesty.
That's acceptable.
He nods, grabs another stack of papers, looks down at it, looks up at you, and just gives you a dismissive wave
All right.
as he turns back to his papers.
Guess I will stand up and head for the door.
Mother will, kind of on the way out, look at Saf as if to try to. Gosh, how should I?
Gonna sick the thief.
Actually, I suppose.
If you're
Do
gonna
the-
say anything about mentioning the dragon in his basement to him, I'm not doing it.
Well, so, yeah, I was going to say Mother will try to kind of non-verbally look at Mother, or look at Saf as if, like, should we talk to him some more about other stuff? But
She's
nudge,
not.
wink,
She
wink.
not. I will give you the moment. It went through my head to be a bitch, and I decided not to. So we can cross that bridge later. In my opinion, if you want to start shit, go for it. But I'm not saying a thing.
Keep it in the back pocket for now.
Okay.
Maybe he doesn't know he's got a dragon in his basement. Maybe that's like a cockroach infestation. Like, do you have
Yeah,
dragons in your
just kind
basement?
of snuck in there.
Call
Through
1-800
the crack
Dragon
in
Be
the window.
Gone.
well,
Okay.
after they're out, Mother will kind of sigh and mutter, "How many more conditions will he have, do you think?"
Politics, Mother. Nothing's free.
But Mother's right. It isn't a fair deal. Lob won. That was the condition. Lob won. He shouldn't have to see if he can find time. He has to find time.
He shouldn't, but he has a lot of power in this situation, and we don't. So
Yeah, their nation, their
we
rules.
kind of have to go along with what he says.
I mean, he is the highest power in the land besides the king. It's not like we're gonna go to the king to demand our audience for the king.
Right. We can't do much about
Yeah,
it.
we can complain, but to who?
Right.
We do have another avenue.
We do.
Yeah, I'm scared now. I don't know what you're implying.
Mother has been meeting with an archdemon who's promised power.
Hey, I think Chris
Lob-
is playing a
this is
different
Lob's
game than we
chance.
are.
You want a chance to be like, I knew it.
And Mother looks at everyone for a moment like, "Don't you remember?" And then finally, quietly, once they're some distance away from the door, at least, says, "Dorian."
I don't know how much power he has, though.
Hmm.
He has influence outside of the Purple Party, it seems, but I don't think he has influence over people in the kingdom necessarily.
True, but it is worth exploring, I suspect. This requirement of 2 days to finish this issue,
Well, to be fair, I
he
think I almost
wishes
had
us
it.
to fail.
I don't know. I think I was already making. Well, I mean, granted, I was talking to someone who's dead now. I think, but I was making some inroads. I think they were already willing to come to an agreement. I already forgot what I was talking to them as far as what was it like? A peaceful transition from one house to the other, but continuing to pay
Mhm.
partial contract on the first guys, and that was I had something all worked out at the time. I've
Or
forgotten
have them
most of it
had
now.
them hire
hire
some
members of the
hire
other
people
house. Yeah.
Yeah.
To help
half and
handle the
half, or-
animals so that they would slowly get to learn
So-
how to
Well,
handle them and stuff like that.
The real
What-
issue was the investigation, the deaths, and
Well,
accidents.
I don't think that's what he's asking us to solve.
Well, they're not going to negotiate without that.
Well, they need a new house leader. That's the biggest thing that's going to stop us. I mean, yeah, we need to do the investigation thing, but that's not what he's demanding we solve. And I kind of feel like after that incident, all these houses are going to be more willing to try to get this settled as fast as possible so that none of them are implicated in any kind of a
All-
horrible... Well,
All houses, eh?
well, the two that didn't lose their head.
For
sure.
Well,
The two that were the
They-
ones that were fighting, I think.
the person who appeared to be the
Real-
current acting head
real-
of Oregon
Real
pretty
quick.
much said it's all but war.
Yes, real quick.
Yeah. So, the person you were talking to about that was Dave Angelia,
Okay, yeah.
who is kind of in the middle of this, right?
Yeah,
House Vidalis has the goods.
right.
She was certainly open to it, but that was neither Lorandar or Orion who would actually have to agree.
Yeah. Orion just
Obviously,
lost their heads,
Orion-
so that's a problem. But Lorandar, I think, is almost willing to bend over backwards right now to prove that they had nothing to do with Orion's disappearance and death. Not that I'm going to abuse that to get terms they're not fair with, but we should check in and see how Orion is doing.
That said, perhaps we can come to a ceasefire agreement that would satisfy the governor's conditions.
Mm-hmm.
If we tell them otherwise, they are likely to all face expulsion from Onder. Perhaps they would.
Right, that is a good point. Like, if you still want to operate out of here, we need to settle this quickly.
Yeah. We could dangle that carrot in front of them.
Yep.
Maybe
Assuming, of course, that none of the houses are. And Mother tries to think of a way to indicate non-verbally.
Okay,
I'm doing
oh,
all of this.
can't you like give the Delavest signal?
Yep.
I guess. Then I'll pass on. Assuming none of the houses are compromised.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, but I just thought it'd be so funny if Dalavash, as Mother was doing it, was just saying what they said out loud.
Yeah, Mother says. No, but I'm going to take turns to repeat that telepathically to everyone else in the group.
Well, that sounds like our next course of action is to check in with Orion. At least that's my next course of action, I think.
I agree.
Okay. We are moving on to a diplomatic skill challenge.
Oh God.
You will all 6 take part.
I like diplomatic skill challenges.
I do not.
I like diplomacy.
However,
Good at everything.
but let me explain for those of you who may be feeling right now that you don't have as much to offer. This is going to be an all-day thing, possibly into all day tomorrow.
Okay.
We're going to be going over a large span of time.
Okay.
and things like investigation, intimidation, history. You've got your, basically what it breaks down to is you've got
I'm good at all those
Arc-
things.
arcane, mundane, profane, and explain. Okay? So your explain are things like investigation, insight, performance, persuasion. You've also got things like sleight of hand, stealth, dexterity checks, intimidation, deception. Mundane would cover athletics, strength checks, acrobatics, con checks, and perception. Arcane would be arcana, history, nature, religion, medicine, and survival. So as you look through those checks, now I have already selected certain skills that will be considered easy, some skills that will be considered moderate challenges, and everything else will be a hard challenge. However, if you guys can explain how you're assisting in this endeavor, which is to basically convince, persuade, or force a resolution to this issue.
Like Nate's come up with an RPG way to do a montage.
What was the first word you said?
For what?
I have mundane, arcane, and explain. I don't remember what the first one.
Oh,
Profane.
Profane.
Cool, thanks.
Some of those skills. are listed
You don't
on
really
the
need to
13 then.
know. You don't really need to know those, but yes, but you will not know whether you succeed or fail.
Okay.
Oh god.
I will if I roll a 1.
You might,
Or
and you
37.
can use your
Inspiration.
inspirations. Thank you. And if you come up with a quite clever way, so I'm on this page because you all have your tokens right there. It's easy to, double click your token and bring up, although man, that is an old token of Lob, so we're going to get rid of that. Oh no, that's a new token. Sorry, my bad.
There you go.
Let me get Lob back.
But can we
All right.
use guidance and bardic inspiration?
No. However, certain long rest abilities I will consider. Short rest. So, okay. So here's the thing. Long rest abilities or long rest resources will grant you advantage on the check.
Ooh.
Short rest resources can reduce the DC by 2.
Wow.
Okay?
Okay.
So you can use your resources.
If needed, I could use Zone of Truth if they are amenable.
It depends on the task.
Yeah. But good call.
Is that one?
Okay, everyone, roll your initiative.
Ooh, interesting.
Please be bad.
Okay.
I don't want to go first.
I've got quite a few of them, actually.
Good. Oh god, Lob. Did you roll a 1? Oh, you did. Good job, Lob.
So- Would the Sentinel Shield apply advantage here, or not applicable?
Not applicable.
Okay, because it's watching my back.
Okay. So we're going to go to... Okay, Dove.
Yeah.
As is appropriate, you are going to... Hold on, what do you need? You want them off? Okay. That's fine. Here, take this. Don't take the... Alright. This one's on pretty hard, kid. Here, hold this. Listen, in half an hour, it's going to be your bedtime.
Nate lives in a
Alright,
zoo.
here. Hold that. Alright, this is it. You're done after this. No more bugging me. Take the ball. There you go. Love you. Okay. Okay, Dove, how are you going to kick us off?
All right.
What is your first action? And remember, you have not spoken to the head of House Orion, the
Right.
new head.
That is kind
Nor
of what
do
I
we
wanna
even
do
know.
first.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to go find out who the new head is, introduce myself, and let known what we're trying to do.
Okay, so what are you going to roll to find that out?
I would guess probably persuasion. I mean, because I'm persuading them to be friendly, or would that be investigation to figure out who it is?
Depends. Do you want to make contact?
Yeah, I
and
want to actually
just
meet them
say,
and
yeah.
have
Then
a sit down and
yep.
introduce
So,
myself.
then yeah, persuasion would work for that. Go ahead and make a roll.
Yes, excellent.
God.
That's the way
damn!
we start.
Okay. That is
Oh.
certainly a way to start. Okay.
The best weapon against Doug was a gag. It's like, shut up!
All right. So you reach out through your channels and are able to get the name and so the name of the new house of Orion is Vasu de Orion. And you were successfully able to
Talk my way through the bureaucracy and red tape.
yeah, and arrange a meeting. They have agreed to meet with you in 3 hours' time.
Excellent.
Okay. When it comes around to your turn next, you will need to decide who is going to accompany you.
Okay.
Safiel, how are you going to contribute?
So we talked to Lorandar, right? So we haven't. So the whole Diorian thing happened. So we still need to talk to Vidalis. Am I remembering that correctly?
Vidalis is the one that's kind of in the middle, and she
Okay.
seemed amenable to Dove's suggestions on how to proceed.
Who's the other people that we need to?
Lorandar,
Lorandar.
and
Okay.
that's Vanies.
So we haven't talked to Vanies yet, right?
Not about that deal.
Okay. So I want to try and do an investigation, and I would like to visit Vanies and kind of very differently, I guess, do what Dove does and kind of get their side of the story, and either talk to Vanies directly or talk to people around her to see kind of where they're at. So if I could do investigation for that.
Yeah, make your roll.
I don't want to follow up Dove. This really isn't fair. This really isn't fair. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Well,
Okay.
12 is what I add to my.
Jesus, 12 is a 1.
I know.
No,
I know.
that's pretty amazing. Okay,
Yeah.
you've used your inspiration.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's my best. It's plus 11. It's my best skill, but obviously not. I'm doing.
Not
super
when you
great.
roll a 1.
Not when you roll a 1. But
Okay.
20 total now.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, Dove, you've set the meeting, and you've also found out who the new head of Orion is. Safiel, your investigation lets you know that you actually managed to find out that Lorandar has actually over-leveraged themselves and is desperate for this contract.
Okay, can you just explain what that means for them? Like for Lorandar, what exactly did they over leverage?
Their resources. So
Okay.
in outfitting airships, and dedicating airships to actually transport the animals, they've put themselves in a situation where it could actually be very detrimental to the profits and resources of House Lorandar. Furthermore, with your 20, you find out that some people are losing confidence in Vanies, and this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back when it comes to confidence in her continued leadership as head of House Lorandar.
So she needs this contract.
Yep.
Okay.
Raymond.
Raymond wants to go back to the Temple of the Sovereign Host and try to align the religious leaders of the Sovereign Host to perhaps... Yeah? Someone say something?
No, continue. I was going to ask for what purpose?
To align them perhaps on the side of the 12 and support for the dragon prophecies.
Hold on. Support for the what?
The 12.
Okay. What this skill challenge, what the purpose of this skill challenge is to decide. So it's not to decide or build support for the houses.
This is just
What it's meant to do, we're trying to work at either convincing, coercing, or persuading basically Vidalis to make a deal. Are they going to go with Lorandar? Are they going to go with Orion? Or, as Dove has suggested, will there be a joint operation between the two houses? So what we're looking to see is how will Raymond support this endeavor? So how could the religious leaders influence one house or the other?
Are the houses terribly religious? Generally?
Not particularly, but religion is a matter of personal.
True.
So it is possible that some, like either Dave Angelia, this Vasu, or Vanies could be. And that could be useful information.
All right. So how about Raymond seeks to see how involved Vanies is with the Sovereign Host?
I'll even go one further. How about all three? Check with all three for all three,
He's just
right?
popping in
Okay.
and asking questions. Yeah.
Okay, what are you going to roll for that?
Persuasion.
Okay, let's see it.
I rolled a 2.
I'm
I
just.
am also
Are you going to
going
stick
to
with
use
it?
my inspiration. Nope. No.
Okay.
Use my inspiration.
Okay.
Tell me you failed without telling me you failed. Are you gonna stick with that?
No, I'm just waiting to hear. Okay. All right. You go back to the temple, Raymond, and find that so there's two important things you discover. At one point, Dave Angelia was quite involved. But in the last, say, 6-7 weeks, her involvement has gotten to the point where it has stopped almost entirely. Now, Vasu is well known. You're with the Sovereign Host, right?
Correct.
Okay. He is well known by the clergy of the Sovereign Host. However, he is a member of an outspoken member of the Puritans. And the Puritans are a more fanatical splinter group from the Church of the Silver Flame. And there is a lot of resentment towards the Church of the Silver Flame and vice versa for the Puritans, because even still, because of the last war, and Thrain is very involved with the Church of the Silver Flame, and you would know just through general history, especially since this is, history that Raymond actually lived, that the Thronehold Treaty gave the former capital of Aundair to Thrain when new boundaries were created after the Morning. And it is a source of contention, which is why that most adherents to the Silver Flame in Aundair belong to the Puritans. So those are the two things that you find out about, or from the clergy.
Okay.
Mother.
Trying to think how Mother can support this. Let's see, if I were to look into, I suppose I could start inquiring about the investigations of the quote-unquote accidents and those things, but I am guessing that would most directly be investigation. However, I'm wondering if I could kind of inquire about those and see if we could get involved and help with them and start kind of figuring out what the houses already have learned about those crashes and such, and primarily use insight to see if there is anyone who maybe isn't telling the truth or is trying to hide something that they learned in the investigations.
Okay, so I would say that using the authority of a Grand Arbiter, and with the increased, let me say this: to see a head of a house setting a meeting 3 hours later for Dove, that almost skirts propriety. Arbiters should have full and complete cooperation in an official capacity. It's not quite, it's right at the edge. Any more, if they were seen as delaying or hindering an investigation of a Grand Arbiter, then Dove could call for censures against their house. But 3 hours is like, okay, they're cooperating, so you probably wouldn't have grounds. But that's for a head of a house. For anyone less than that, meaning, say, a pilot or crew member of an airship, if they were available, then a duly appointed officer assisting a Grand Arbiter could get immediate access to them. So I'm going to say, Mother, that you would have no problems interviewing some of the crew involved in accidents or something like that. So I think in that case, rolling an insight would be no problem.
Okay, so yeah, just getting their story and making sure that they're kind of correct.
What is Hunter on about?
Jamie's in my notes and he's changing all those silver flames to capitals. Like it is.
Because it's an organization that.
It is. It's a proper noun.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jamie. Jeez.
Just a sidebar on that.
I'm not-
And that as a joke.
Yeah.
I was playing Cyberpunk and I had the subtitles on, and when Johnny Silverhand said the word Kevlar, it had the registered trademark after the word Kevlar. I'm thinking to myself, did he stop and say registered trademark? It shouldn't show up in the damn subtitles.
That's hilarious. Okay, refresh my memory, Mother. What is it you're looking for in investigating what's the reason you were after to talk to people involved in the previous accidents?
Basically, I am trying to get a sense of all the details that their official investigations kind of brought up, and make sure that I can kind of cross-check them, not cross-reference, what's the term in court?
Cross-examination?
Yeah, cross-examine the people involved to make sure that they're telling the truth.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. Because an insight is only going to satisfy you if you feel that they were being honest or deceptive, right? Okay, so you're not looking to
Dig up
get
anything new.
yeah, you're not digging up new information. You are able to talk to a crew from Lorandar and a crew from Orient. And you get the suspicion that, or you get the intuition, you intuit that both groups blame the other house. but you don't get any sense that there was any type of hold on. Sorry, my sister was texting me. I wanted to make sure it was nothing to do with my mom. Okay. Yeah, you get the impression that there wasn't any exaggerations or, anything left out as you go through and speak to each of the crew.
Yep. Got it.
Okay. Dalavash,
All right.
100-yard dash.
Let's see. So my idea is using stealth because I have a +9. I'm
Reverse
thinking
engineering his skill into the check.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
has to do. Yep.
exactly. So my idea is using subterfuge to try and find any documentation or information about people's motives and wants that might help us leverage this negotiation. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. So my question to you is, who would you target in this case?
Right, and that's the question. I think House Vidalis are the ones in the middle, right? They're the ones that are deciding which contract they want.
Probably don't want to risk getting caught poking around in the personal documents of one of the houses we're trying to negotiate with. That'd be my only fear.
Well, I don't know where else I would find information like that, though.
Right. No, I get what you're saying.
So there would be, obviously, the biggest targets would be the heads themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
But unless you want to wait until the evening, trying to get in the middle of the day to, like, either their private homes or plus travel time, right? A lot of them do spend time in Fairhaven. However, the seat of Lorandar is actually on an island to the far north, Stormhome. And that's a good, 400 miles away.
Oof.
So the next step down would be the embassies in Fairhaven. But again, middle of the day, probably be impossible. So you could wait till night and see and do that. That would be something I would say doing at night. However, you would probably need to bring either Safiel or Lob with you in order for me, because stealth is fine, but you're also going to need sleight of hand. So that is something that, like, you and Safiel could absolutely do together.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
if you do want to wait until tonight, we'll just skip your turn.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, yeah.
It's a good plan. Go ahead.
You do have very good survival and insight and pretty good nature and religion, actually. Maybe
Yeah,
you would be able to do something investigating the sites of the crashes if they're anywhere near here.
yeah, but
With
stealth is
survival.
by far my best one.
True. Yeah, just wondering if survival might work. I guess that's more tracking.
Yeah, I don't know if that would really be applicable.
Maybe insight. Another possibility is you could go with Dove to kind of do insight support during her meetings and make sure,
Yeah,
try to figure out and make sure they're not lying.
Do I have a limited number of people I can bring with me?
No, we just need to kind of keep track of where everyone's going to be.
Right,
So if
for what
a
purposes
meeting in a
skills
couple
you're using.
hours, no problem. You could take everyone so far. We don't know yet. Like, well, maybe not Raymond because he's off at a temple.
Right. Well, I was thinking
But-
I would leave it up to the individuals who wanted to come, so that if the skills they want to use would be better served there, they can come with me.
Well, I'm currently sticking with my plan of doing the after dark stealthing
Tribulate the base.
at the embassy.
Okay. So we're skipping Galvash for just now, but you do owe me a roll later. And if it gets back around to you, you're going to have to think of something else in the meantime. Lob.
I'm going to pretty much the same thing Raymond did, but with the criminal underworld.
Ooh.
So I'm going to try to crack some skulls with intimidation to see what the criminal underworld will tell me
All right.
about those three individuals.
All right. Give me an intimidation roll.
And if they don't know, you're going to crack some skulls anyway.
Just on principle.
Yep.
Okay.
They don't learn to fear you if you don't crack the occasional skull.
All right. So you will be ineligible to go with Dove because this is going to take some time going around. I'm going to say the same thing with Raymond. So you hit the streets, and you are able to, find lots of gossip. Everyone's willing to gossip, and right now, with the political climate, many people are more than happy to discuss either in favor of or identifying with, make Ondare great again society, right? So you sift through that, and you do find out that you find some rumors that House Orion has been potentially dealing with the Dark Daggers.
The new Dark Daggers or the old Dark Daggers?
That would probably be the old Dark Daggers at this point, since, it's only been a day, not even 24 hours. So, pretty strong rumors. You get you trust the information that you're getting that the old head of House Orion, Edwina, was doing business with the Dark Daggers.
We know what that business was?
No, they don't know. It's just rumors that but I mean that's it you're in the context of you asking, pointed questions about them, those three houses in particular. You get the impression that it is implied that maybe it gives evidence towards sabotage to airships.
People are willing to talk because word on the street is you break thumbs off.
Yeah. Okay.
That's my
Back
new
to-
intimidation term.
Yes.
Maybe you want a duel.
Yeah.
You like your thumbs?
Okay, Dove, it's time to leave for your
All
meeting
right. Well,
with Vasu.
anybody who's
Who are
available,
you taking with you?
Anybody who's available, I will ask them if they wish to accompany me. I would like to bring somebody with a high wisdom that can do intimidation, not intimidation, insight checks
It's like,
to see past whatever I might miss.
How long will this be in the court? Like, does it interject with what Dalavash is doing? Because I'm already kind of committed to that. But I'm also what Dev is looking.
yeah, it's in so what you're looking to do with Dalavash is later in the night.
So I
This
could go
is
with
at-
Dove.
Yeah, this is about 3 p.m. Yeah,
I can go.
You could go with Dove.
All right. Anyone else coming too, or just you?
I think Dalavash was gonna be okay to go.
Okay.
But is mother going, or Mother is actually ineligible. She was out interviewing
Oh.
the crew. They were
Okay.
out interviewing the crew. So the three of you, Dalavash, Safiel, and
Me.
Dove, show up at the meeting. You're ushered into the embassy where Vasu is not yet there. Eventually he does show up and gives you a very curt and somewhat insincere apology about his delay.
All right.
Sitting down before you is a rather somewhat dark-skinned man. His skin is like a coppery brown, and he has a rather full black beard with like very dark black, very short dark black hair. Like it's you think of medieval time setting, every dude has hair down to the shoulders, right, or something like that. No, this is more close cropped, dark black, like jet black hair.
Okay. And he's giving me what makes you so important that you warrant any of my time kind of an attitude right now?
He seems to be fairly standoffish.
Okay.
But asks you what can I do for you, your honored arbiter?
I'm sure you're aware of the recent issues between you and Lorendar and why did I forget all of a sudden?
Orion.
Orion.
His
I
house.
thought this
Or
was Orion.
Vidalis.
Vidalis. Yeah. That's the one. And we are attempting to resolve it as amiably as possible. And I'll just lay down the terms that I had negotiated or had discussed with, was it Vidalis I talked to already? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I lay down for him what I have already laid down for her and an attempt to gauge his interest, his response, try to persuade him into it if we want to go persuasion.
Okay. And what are you going to roll besides persuasion?
Okay. I'm thinking that I want to try to use my position to try to intimidate him into listening and paying attention, because he's not the
Okay.
boss of me in this situation.
Sure.
So I'm gonna give it a shot.
All right, let's roll it. All right, you keeping it?
Yeah, I'll keep it.
Okay. He seems to consider your words. He tells you, however, that these terms are, in his words, unacceptable, as he has the right of or his house has been the sole transportation for House Fidelis for decades.
Right.
That many of their houses their house depends on these contracts, and they feel that Vidalis is operating in bad faith, that there needs to be a minimum number of shipments for House Orion, and that is the only way that they would consider moving forward in negotiations.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've had my role, so I can't do anything
Yep.
different. But I would.
Safiel.
All right. I was gonna say I would.
Well, did you have a question?
No, I would think I would bring up the fact that if we can't settle this quickly, then they may not have access to this city at all, or this nation.
Right. He appears to consider that as really just nonsense. His rebuttal is Fairhaven boasts the largest terminal for the lightning rails in all of Corvair. Safiel.
Hold on.
Mhm.
I'm sure that's wrong. Okay. Can we make 2 checks, or is it only 1? Because I want. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone's frozen, so I'm assuming whatever. I just kind of want to this turn just insight him, and I just want to see if he's being honest, and like,
Sure.
is he intimidated by Dove? Is everything he's saying forthcoming? Does he feel like he's under pressure because of the position he's in now? Like, I just want to I won't say any. The only thing is, if I ever feel like he's saying anything of bullshit, I will call it out immediately.
So these roles and everything are going to represent longer periods of time. So when I tell you things, you are absolutely able to, say, well, I would do this or something like that. So don't worry about that. Go ahead and make your roll.
Why? It's so good. This is ridiculous. Ugh.
Okay.
Fucking yeah. I can't
You've
reroll,
used-
so I'll
you've
take my
used-
12.
You've used your inspiration. Okay. So you get the feeling, right, that so there's a couple of things. So when they're talking about the importance of the contract, you feel like they might be overstating that just a little bit.
Okay.
That how much House Orion depends on this contract. You felt like they might be inflating that value to House Orion just a touch.
Okay. Do I know, like, That's how I feel. Do I know enough to like call it out and be like, well, actually, based on blah blah blah, that's not necessarily true, or it's literally just that's how he's acting. So I
Yeah.
don't have anything to back it up.
No one has actually requested to look at the accounts, and therefore you don't know what the actual impact would be were they to lose this contract.
Okay, so I would.
Probably more of something that you want to like, interesting, you're like,
Yeah, have that conversation
Like-
with Dove.
Yep.
Okay. That's it.
Okay. So that was one thing, right? The
Yeah.
other thing is he definitely seems truly to consider that the houses would be removed from Ondair to be laughable. He didn't even give it, like, that he truly felt that there was no scenario possible where that could happen. That to him was a completely empty threat. And the third thing that you see is there is quite a bit of resentment anytime House Lorandar was brought up, which is not terribly surprising given the circumstances.
Okay.
Okay, we are going to briefly skip Raymond's. Dalvash, you are with this, so this is going to be your role that you owe me.
Mhm.
Now, things that you could do. Thinking about things like history. As they're talking, what you know about local history, things like that. There's lots of things you can do. But what are you going to do besides insight? Since
You're
Safiel
muted.
stole your thunder.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, insight's like my second best skill.
Ugh.
That and survival, and I don't think that really applies here.
Sure.
This house is survival.
Yeah. Uh, uh,
I'd tell you to intimidate him, but I already did.
Yeah.
my intimidation is shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mine is actually good because of my charisma. I think it's
My next best
plus
skill
7,
would
which
be
is pretty good.
religion, but I don't know how I'd use religion in this sense either.
Oh, especially since you haven't gotten any word from our other team members yet.
Yeah.
You know, the gods will be
Maybe.
pissed if you don't get these animals shipped.
Maybe nature.
I will use
sometime?
animal handling to try and decide what I know about these mage-bred animals.
Oh.
I
what
will
their
let you roll.
preferences.
I will let you roll a straight wisdom check on that.
Okay.
Maybe you can assuage his fears that the
Mhm.
airships can't transport
Yeah,
animals.
because you're not actually working with animals, but yet,
Correctly, right.
yeah, you are going to have the same result with that
And you've
roll.
been on the airships. You know what they can
Mhm.
and can't handle. Or
Yep.
theoretically.
So make a wisdom. All right, you gonna keep it?
I'll keep it.
Ooh.
Okay. Okay. So, as he's talking, he talks about their methods of transporting and why they're so superior. And while you do know that lightning rails are, significantly faster, even than airships, that you have very limited capacity to transport a large group of animals, and that many of their shipments are overland travel. And you would know how difficult that is, whereas the cargo holds of airships could hold quite a bit more, especially some of the larger galleons that you have heard that they're building, that can hold, a pretty significant number of animals. You also know and can sense in the discussion that House Orien truly does know how to care for these animals, and you question what basically air pirates know about caring for these beasts, right?
Yeah.
That Lorandar, so you're convinced that House Orien, especially with your empathy and connection to nature, are definitely the superior choice for the care of these animals. You just feel that they're not best suited for the mass transport.
Mhm.
That times have moved on, and overland travel is really not the best way to get these animals into the hands of where they're going. It's slow, it's more dangerous.
Especially if they have to go over the Mournlands for some reason. Okay.
That's my proposition.
Yeah.
Work together.
Okay, Raimond.
So I want to break. All right. I want to dig a little deeper on the Evangelia.
Okay.
I want to see.
Right down.
I want to use insight to see perhaps why her involvement stopped almost entirely 6 to 7 weeks ago.
Okay. All right. Give me an insight roll and write down your stuff. Apparently, I don't know what that means. Oh, actually, 27. Good freaking Lord. I do need to get the little kids in bed. So let's take another quick break, and then I should be good for the rest of the night.
I think Hunter meant basically she won't be here to take notes, so write down to keep a record of
Yeah, she's making me fucking de facto fucking note taker.
Notes. Who does that?
I'm just writing swears.
I'd ask if you meant for Bob or for Raymond, but
Skill challenges
do
were
I need to
always
ask?
something so hard for me to wrap my head around in 4th edition. I get the concept of it, but in gameplay, I feel like it actually kind of detracts from... I mean, maybe... there's got to be a way to do it right. But I could never get it.
It reminds me a little of the Fate system and kind of figuring out, well, to use the phrase, how do I want to do this?
Yeah,
And
it's supposed to be a number of successes before a number of failures, and I mean, I appreciate that it's going to summarize what would be 2 days worth of negotiating and role playing. Because I was wondering how we were gonna sort this out, but
Mhm. Yeah, it is a very different style of play that's a lot more improv, so.
yeah, and it is tricky to come up with what skills do I have that I can use in this situation. Like my character's built for this, but not everybody's is.
Yeah.
And it sucks when I can't use the good skills repeatedly.
Oh, really? We probably should be coordinating who's going to be doing what where.
Yeah, well, can't now. But yeah, it's funny, as he was listing off those skills, I'm like, let's see, deception 13, investigation 12, persuasion 13.
Yeah, I'm looking at mine. I'm like, well, I can do stealth and insight.
Intimidation
That's about
7,
it.
history 8. Pretty good here.
I mean, I have other skills I'm good at, just none of them apply to this situation.
What's weird is like
So-
a lot of the skills that I'm not good at on this character would have been good on like Gareth. You know, I don't have, my stealth is not great. My sleight of hand is not great.
Mhm.
Dex-based skills, even though I have a good dex, well, I have an average dex. I went with a intelligence bard build on this one because I wasn't expecting it to be in melee. That's kind of what I'm
Yeah.
hoping you guys are learning from playing the bard game, is that, you know, charisma, yes, but you can do any secondary skill and be good at, depending on your college and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like Chris, I think Chris's secondary stat is strength, right? In that game.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Doug's was intelligence, but Nate didn't end up going that same route. I was thinking lore bards are good for intelligence because they want to know stuff.
Yeah.
So when I said,
I
go ahead.
was gonna say I still went Dex because I went swords, and they're all
Yeah.
about finesse weapons and dual wielding.
Right.
But
Well, when I played Baldur's Gate, and I said I'll just make a bard and be done with it, like part of it is just, that's the joke. I always play bards, but otherwise, that's what
Mhm.
I've been hearing people have been saying. That's one of the best classes to play in that game.
well, any charisma-based class
Yeah.
is going to be pretty good because
You
of
can
all the
talk your way through
conversation
a lot.
stuff.
Yeah, I've
Either
heard some
that or
people
you have
talk
one
their
of
way
your
through
party
boss
members.
fights.
Yeah, you can talk your way out of a lot of them. Either that or you have one of your party members do the talking, but that kind of sucks. Like you're the main character, you know.
Planescape Torment, one of my favorite things about that game is when I played it as a charisma build, I talked the end boss into killing himself. Didn't even have to
Yeah,
fight the
there's
last
a-
boss. Like,
There's a section in this game where you can talk a sort of mini boss into eating its minions and then eating itself.
Nice.
So that's pretty cool. It's kind of gruesome, but it works.
Yeah,
You're right.
that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Planescape, 2 more days. 2 more days? 1 more day? Maybe it's tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
It's coming out real quick.
Oh, it's coming out already?
Yeah, I didn't buy the physical box. I really want to, though. It looks like it's amazing. But it was funny. I was watching. I don't know if you've muted the D&D Beyond channel on Discord or not, but they've been playing videos about Planescape coming out for like the last month. And today I watched one where Brandon Lee Mulligan, he's like the DM for Dimension 20, was talking about how he used to love Planescape, and he points at the Dabas. He's like, "Look at these guys! They talk with emojis floating over their heads." I'm like, yes.
I know him from when I used to watch College Humor. He was on College
Oh,
Humor
okay.
before that all happened.
Okay. Yeah, apparently he was a huge Planescape fan back in the day, so he was talking about the Lady of Pain and how if you dare to worship her, she'll she's not a god, and if you try to worship her as a god, she'll kick you into the mazes. And even though she has all the powers of a god, like she can lock sigil and keep gods from coming in, and
Weird.
crazy. He's like,
Yeah, is that book more of a DM resource, or is it something for players too?
it's a box set, just like the Spelljammer box. There's a book that is the description of Sigil. Sorry, is the official pronunciation. There's a book that is like another monster book, and then there's an adventure. And the adventure sounds crazy. Like, the players are constantly dying, and each time they die, they come back either as a new race, or a new class, or both, or just different feats swapped out. Just
I heard about that.
it's just
Yeah.
like things change. And there's a level jump. Like, you hit level 10, and then the next section, you're level 17. It just jumps you up 7 levels. It just sounds wild.
That's nuts.
But I've pre-ordered the Roll20 version, so I'll end up being able to preview the maps and the book for the most part. But I've got to buy the box set.
No, it's only $60 for the box set on Amazon. That's not bad,
No, it's not bad.
considering it's $3. Usually
Yeah.
one book's like 35.
Yeah. And he said, I don't know about the regular edition, but the collector's edition, the font is even written with the weird crosses in the O's and stuff like that from the old Planescape books.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Because I did play a little bit of the game, the video game, so I saw some of that
I've played it
stuff.
so many times. I love Torment so much.
I need.
I got into a situation where I was like in over my head and didn't know where I was supposed to go. I was fighting that I shouldn't have been fighting.
Okay, everyone's back.
Yep.
That should be my last break for the night.
All right.
Raymond, you said you were going to. Oh, you rolled an insight.
Yes.
Are you going to use your inspiration, Raymond?
I can't roll any better.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I know.
Didn't even see
Freaking
it.
nat 20. Okay. In speaking to some of the clerics, you get the feeling that it was rather abrupt. It happened fairly suddenly, and for a number of weeks, with everything happening in the city and rumors about, the growing tensions between Orion and Lorandar and Vidalis, it was kind of expected. However, eventually the church did reach out, and you get the feeling that, especially from some of the lesser clerics, the not the less how do you say this, moderate and composed among them, that the response was rather abrupt and somewhat condescending, and very unlike Dave Angelic.
Replaced.
Oh.
Okay. All right, Mother. You were investigating. You were talking to the crew. What is your next course of action? And you guys cannot use the same skills twice in a row.
Ooh, not twice in a row. Excellent. That means persuasion's back on the table.
We'll see. We'll see.
Wow, you totally reminded me of the orc scene in Two Towers. Looks like we're
Looks like
persuasion's
persuasion's
back
back
on the table, boys.
So, remind me, where geographically were the crashes or accident locations?
Note taker.
Ouch.
What?
So, where
No,
were the...
if memory serves, because so House Orion does operate a fleet of ships. So I'm gonna take y'all. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. We're gonna go to the map.
That's the second time Dora the Explorer's come up for me in 2 days.
So there are some ports, right, to the north. There's also, Lake Galifar to the west. So they do have galleons, House Orion. They have ships. Most of their fleet sails between like Valinar and Drome, right? Or between the Eldine Bay up here and, through the Lazar principalities, right? So they don't have a lot. However, there was an accident on a galleon near Lake Galifar that would have taken a shipment south towards Brayland and into Drome. So probably around, here, either, somewhere in between Passage and Arcanix. So that was one of the events. There were several airships. There were 2 airships that actually crashed. You were only able to speak to one of them, and they were near Fairhaven.
Okay, I ask because I was considering going to one of the crash sites to investigate it, basically, myself.
Okay.
And see if I could turn up any more details. So...
So here's what I would say. The galleon was lost. And there was also an attack on a overland, more like a wagon train for Orion. There wouldn't be anything left to investigate from either of those. However, both of the airships were recovered. One of them was put back into service. One of them has not yet been put back into service and is currently in Fairhaven. So you could investigate one of the ships and talk to the crew responsible for refitting. It was the more recent crash.
Okay.
So give me that investigation roll. What happened to our combat
map
tracker? Oh, you're right. Okay, we're going back to here so I can have the combat tracker. Okay, Mother, roll your investigate. And real quick, for everyone that's going next, be thinking of a skill. Dove, be thinking of a skill that is not persuasion. Dalash, you know what you're going to do.
Is this the stealth thing?
Yeah.
Next? Okay.
So I should clarify by investigate, I didn't mean use the investigate skill, more look into it. I was more thinking about using perception, which would, I guess, be more just looking over details, seeing if there was anything that was missed, or... The difference between that and investigation is always a little bit abstract to me, but...
Yes and no. So, like, perception is not going to give you as much information. It's not going to involve questioning the crew. So you would get more information with an investigate, and it is, for you, a harder skill. But if you just wanted to be shown the ship, then you would be able to get some information from perception. Not a lot.
And then I could see Arcana may be usable for
That
kind
would
of trying
absolutely
to
be
see
usable.
mechanically.
Yes, that would absolutely be much more usable on the ship. But you could potentially spend a fair amount of time. I will say you would get the most information from investigation.
Mhm.
And do you have any resources you could use to potentially lower the DC?
Mhm. Does resources include spells potentially?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Because I could see maybe identify, probably not. Zone of truth.
It can't include a cantrip, but yeah, something like Zone of Truth. Something like, I would say, enhance ability.
Mhm.
You could enhance your intelligence. And if you use something like that, I would give you advantage on the roll.
Okay, yeah, I think I'll use Zone of Truth. That's the most applicable spell I have,
Okay.
so I'll spend a second level spell slot.
And then you can make your investigate roll with advantage.
Okay. Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
I think I'm gonna use inspiration, not insight. Inspiration.
Okay. Roll one more time without advantage.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a little better.
Wait, that was with advantage of 4? How did you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a 3
He
and a 2.
rolled a 3 and a 2.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I clicked on it. I was
Okay.
like, oh gosh.
So there. If you guys haven't caught on yet, there's two things I'm using this for. I'm using this to give you useful information about what's happening, right? And whether or not you will be successful in arbitrating this decision. So it's why, and that's why I recommended that you go with investigation, and particularly with the Zone of Truth. So you make it to the airship, and you speak to the crew. You look over the ship, and basically what you find is that however the ship was sabotaged, containment for the core that holds the elemental, which only comes from Zilargo. The gnomes are the only ones that really understand. House Civis are the only ones that really understand the technology. It's something that House Cannith has fought to get more insight in. House Cannith is very involved in the creation of airships, in augmenting them, both from the design of the hulls, which use a very special type of wood that is like as light as balsa wood and as strong as like oak, right? But in addition to that, all of the things that make them fly, the wards and guides, House Cannith is involved in that, but only House Civis does the core. And so you find out that for someone to have sabotaged that particular piece of that airship would require both an understanding of the technology and powerful magic.
Did the prior investigation find out that a core breach was the problem, or did they? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not necessarily new information, but it is certainly new to you.
Okay.
And there are not only members of House Cannith and Lorandar working on repairs, but there is also a team from House Civis looking at the elemental core.
Okay.
Okay, so at the end of the meeting, Dalavash, Safiel, and Dove, you guys leave,
Okay.
and it's now into the evening. It was a fairly in-depth meeting. Not only did you have to wait about a half an hour, but there was a lot of talk as you tried to coerce a little bit and make some demands and actually intimidate really Vasu. So it's about 6:30 probably by the time you leave. Dove, I'm not sure yet where you're heading. We'll find out soon. But for Dalavash and Safiel, who are you targeting? Are you going to target House Vidalis, House Orion, or House Lorandar?
Orion are the ones with the monorail, right? And Lorandar are the airships.
You got it.
Monorail.
And Vidalis are the animals.
Yeah.
I just want to sing
Have we
the
all?
monorail song.
Have we all kind of met up and started talking again yet? Okay.
Not yet.
So they wouldn't have received a word from Raymond about.
We're scrambling around trying to
Yeah,
get as much information
Yeah,
as we can.
there is. You have a very short amount of time and a very large project. And frankly, this is what you guys are used to. You guys know your job. You operate well independently as well as together.
Except Raymond,
And this
he's
is
a wild card.
Yeah, he is the wild card. All right. So,
Can I make
which-
a suggestion?
There is
Yes.
sending.
I want to tell Dalavash about what I found out about Lorandar, about the overstepping and everything like that, and see if that's a direction you want to head in or if there's another direction you want to head in. But you now know that people are losing faith in Lorandar. She's over-leveraged herself and what they can do, and people are losing confidence in her. So we can either go get proof of that, or we can go to other places and see what you want. But that's what I've found out so far.
We need a conspiracy board.
We
Sounds
do.
like Charlie
I
and
would
Really
love
David.
good.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I am going to warn you guys. You're going to need some pretty significant rolls.
I may have an answer for that. But
Uh-oh.
first,
Pass without trace.
bingo.
All right.
It'd be nice if that would
Um,
help sleight of hand, but it won't.
It won't. But, well. So it sounds like we already have quite a bit of information on Lorandar, though I don't know how much more we can do with that. Maybe we should try Orion or even Vidalis. Maybe get a sense for where Vidalis is leading
That's a good
and what
idea.
their thoughts are right now.
That's a good idea, because we already kind of know what Orion wants, even though he was a fucking dick, but that's a good idea.
All right.
Okay.
That.
And are you going to use Pass Without Trace?
If I'm allowed to.
Yes, it is a long resource, which will give you advantage. Roll your
So-
stealth with advantage. Go ahead,
Is-
Saf.
Can I?
He only stealthing, sorry.
Saf first.
Is only Dalavash stealthing, or am I also stealthing because I'm going with him? And then have a
Dalavash
check.
is going to roll the stealth check for both of you.
Okay, perfect. Sorry.
Yep.
So
Mother?
before you go, I do think Mother might do a sending spell to let Dove know what they learned. That primarily that the airship crash appeared to be Civis related. Someone from Civis was the most likely culprit. So,
What would they have to gain from screwing up this whole?
I'll just, and I'm guessing you could relay that to staff, but basically,
I will
Just
let
gonna do
you send that before Dalavash and Saf depart from, because they've got to wait a little bit of time. So it's not like
Okay.
they would just leave Dove immediately.
We were gonna go on a lunch date, actually.
So does that change anything for Dalavash or Safiel?
Wait, what was the information again?
basically that the airship crash seemed to be due to something that only House Civis would have that expertise to do it.
I wouldn't change anything because there's not really people at House Civis that I would go to necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, I would be curious to know what Civis's involvement in this is, but I don't think that's going to help us that much.
Yeah, I mean they would have an embassy here.
Right.
The other thing I'm going to say is for Lob and Raymond, it would
Yep.
not be at all abnormal, and I wouldn't even bat an eyelash if both of them want to rendezvous with the team so that they can relay any information that they have learned. At this
would-
point, it would
After
probably be
Lob-
around... Go ahead.
After Lob does his thing, that was my intention.
Okay. So
For
Lob
both.
is able to... Okay, so Lob and Raymond?
Well, I had one other thing for Lob.
Okay.
I was gonna try to use deception to see if I can find out exactly how Edwina, or the evidence that Edwina was using the Dark Daggers to sabotage the airship,
Okay.
or how they're connected
Okay.
by pretending to be, a thug or someone from the
He
underworld.
doesn't have to pretend. Oh, sorry.
I would say so. You guys can also go to any sending stone operated by House Civis and pass a coded message for the others to pick up. So on your way to wherever you're going to explore the Dark Daggers, you could let the team know via just leaving a message at a sending stone, and the team would at least know that there was potentially some involvement between Edwina de Orion and the Dark Daggers. And that might, maybe not, influence where Dalavash and Safiel go. I don't want to sway you either way. I just want you guys to know that your characters would at least be able to know that. And Raymond could do the same thing with what he has learned about Dave Angelia.
We've established
How
some
sick-
system of keeping in touch between our investigations, we're saying. basically.
Exactly.
Got it.
How secure is that?
You guys have it's as secure using the new ciphers that Ivan has given you. that they trust have not been cracked with, bless you, with the infiltration that occurred within the servitor. So these are new sets of encryptions, ciphers.
You could just use like alter self and walk into one of these places and pretend to be someone else.
You'd have to know the passphrase.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Oh yeah. So if someone was like saying, "Oh, I'm Lob Cragdigger,"
Good
they
for
would
you.
still have to know they would not only have to know the account information, right? Because you guys have a single repository basically for notes and messages. So they would have to know that information which only you guys have in your heads. And so I mean it's pretty secure. Let's just say that. It's pretty darn secure.
So we know. Are we saying we blanket know everything that everyone's learned so far?
Unless someone chooses to hold that information back, then I would say yes.
Sounds good.
Okay. So it's Dalavash's turn. Go. I'm not
No.
stepping on it.
I do need to know between Saf and Dalavash because you're both involved. Do you still want to go to Vidalis?
Right.
Does that change anything for you?
The problem is I want to, because I have partial encryption on what Jazz has written. I would still have the journal on me, so I would want to take time to try and figure out like a couple more letters to see if I can find a passage where she's talked about this interaction. But
You guys could also split up.
I don't trust that. He got kidnapped last time by us, technically now.
That's a
But
good point.
I don't. It's not a good idea. I don't trust it anymore. No. I defer to you, Dalavash. It's your turn, and I'm good with whatever.
First, I wanted to investigate Vidalis, but now that we know about the Orion connection with the daggers, I kind of want to look into that more.
Okay.
So
roll
Let's-
your stealth
Wait.
with advantage and make sure you subtract your resource in case it becomes an issue.
I think she made herself a
oops,
target.
I did not roll it with advantage.
Yeah, you did.
Did I?
You rolled a 1 and a 16.
Oh yeah! Wow.
Great.
Good thing I had advantage.
Good for advantage.
Uh-huh.
You don't. I'm not going to give you the plus 10, right? That comes
Mhm.
with pass without trace, but the
Right.
advantage is what covers that. So, okay, you are able to infiltrate the embassy, and get to where you believe most likely there will be valuable information regarding House Deorian or House Orient. So you're not gonna get anything revealed, really, Dalavash, because you were responsible for getting inside, and you have
Right.
accomplished that. So,
Now it's on Saf. Do I have anything I can do to help you? I don't think I do.
Yeah, it's not my turn.
Bardic Inspiration. Oh wait, no, I can't.
all right, Lob, walk me through. What's your plan?
Well, now I'm a little confused. I mean, I still want to try to deceive my way in to see what resources was involved in, Orion and the Dark Daggers.
Okay. All right, you gonna keep it?
Yep.
Who are you talking to? Who are you targeting with this?
Thieves.
Okay. Are you trying to make contact with the Dark Daggers themselves, since you now kind of know the new current
Sure.
leadership council. Okay, so you are able to make contact and speak with the daggers. Now they don't know much information because most of this was handled by Jazz.
Yes.
However, with the information that you got from Mother, you hold on. Dark Daggers. Kerwin. You meet with Kerwin. He remembers a job that Jazz gave them, sabotaging or basically attacking House Orion's own caravan.
Okay.
And he heard a rumor that Edwina was the one who requested it. But until they can get access to Jazz's logs, he has no way to confirm whether or not Edwina hired the Dark Daggers to attack her own caravan or not. You're muted, Hunter.
I'm muted for a reason. I just basically said that's why this bitch didn't want to come back. We were gonna find out. She was gonna be in trouble.
Okay. Dev, what are you gonna do in the meantime between leaving the medium with Vasu and
So where was the meeting?
it was in Fairhaven at the House Orion Embassy.
Okay, so can I stick around the embassy for a bit?
Yeah.
I want to talk to people on the property and get a feel for the new head of Orion. What the general populace thinks of him. Probably investigate.
Sure.
Ooh, that's low for me, but I'll take it. I rolled a 5.
Okay. God damn. Freaking bards, man.
My lowest skill's a +3, and that's athletics.
All right. So there's two things you learn. Two what you feel are fairly important. There was a lot of rivalry and competition for the new head. Vasu for sure was not next in line.
Interesting.
It certainly isn't outside of, it's not as if it was impossible or even all that difficult for him to have gained the status of head of household, head of the house.
Okay.
But most of them generally seem surprised. That's generally the biggest thing that you walk away with.
Is there an undercurrent of disappointment or just surprise?
That brings me to the second thing you learn.
Okay.
You generally get the feeling that while Vasu is maybe less charismatic and tactful
Mhm.
than Edwina was. For the most part, there's not a lot of dissatisfaction.
Okay.
And the little bit of dissatisfaction that you do hear, honestly, kind of just sounds like whinging and whining, with not really anything to back up why they're dissatisfied, other than the general malaise that, oh, their candidate didn't win, and so they're just salty. But for the most part, you actually get it's about, generally you feel that most people, like if we were to talk like presidential approval ratings,
Mhm.
he'd probably be around 56 to 60%.
Really high for a U.S. president.
Right? But and that's also in a fairly short time, right?
Yeah.
That whatever he has done in just since taking over, generally most people, or at least the majority, seem to approve.
Okay. And remind me, what was his demand? That a certain number of the animals had to be shipped by ground?
Yeah, basically, not cutting them out completely, but agreeing that there would be a certain number of shipments via whatever means House Orion is currently using, right?
Right.
I would also like to point out that all of the experiments with House Lorander have currently stopped. That the only transportation right now, because, commerce doesn't stop.
Yeah.
So House Orion is currently fulfilling all of the contracts. It's just uncertain as to whether or not they will continue.
Okay.
But with the accidents, and certainly with the demise of Edwina, in respect for, House Orion, Lorander has not pushed the issue, and they're no longer doing any trial runs.
Okay.
But yeah, he is basically asking for a guaranteed amount. He did not specify what that amount would be,
Okay.
but he is asking. That was his condition.
Right. What time of night is it?
I would say you probably spent a couple hours, so it's right around the time where probably Dalavash and Safiel are currently breaking in to House Orion, right? That's where you guys went? Orion?
Yep.
Okay. So it's about almost 8 o'clock at night.
But not so late that my next step couldn't be heading over to Vidalis to let them know what Orion has suggested.
Yeah.
All right. So that's my next course of action.
Okay. Safiel, what you got?
I'm gonna look around and see what I can find.
Okay. What are you rolling?
Investigation. And
Did
I'm
you roll that
rolling
before?
well. I did 2 rounds ago, but not last round. I did insight last round. I'm following the rules that you set forth.
I'm going to have you roll your sleight of hand instead.
Can I keep the roll? Oh, that's actually pretty good. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'll take a 1-point hit.
Right.
Okay. Because you are pilfering and unlocking and things like that.
Okay.
Okay. And you are in House Orion, correct?
Yes. I really hope so, because that's what Dalavash said, and it'd be really awkward if I ended up somewhere else.
Yeah, that'd be a little strange.
How did I get here?
Okay.
I was really stealthy. She didn't even see me.
Okay.
you get to take a look at. So here are the things that you discover. You discover that in reality, shipping the animals for Vidalis makes up about, you would estimate, about 12%
Oh, what a.
of House Orion's contracts. Okay.
Uh huh.
Hmm.
The second thing that you learn, um, mm, so with your thievery and your experience as a thief, as you scour through what would most likely be not only the records and things like that, but also probably the offices used by high-ranking members, including potentially the head of the house, correct?
Mm-hmm.
In a hidden compartment, you find written correspondence between House Vidalis and House Orion. And it's hard to follow because they're very small notes, like easily palmable hidden notes, right? These are not like letters and things like that. So again, you don't have a lot of context. However, it appears as if there was almost a bit of coercion, if not outright threatening, happening between Dave Angelia and Edwina. In one of the notes, it simply says, "No more excuses. Get it done. You will do as I say."
Wow. I want. So, can I tell who's saying what based on the notes?
Yes, they
Okay.
are. It is. There. In fact, I'm going to even say all of these notes seem to be just from Dave Angelia, or at the very least, House Vidalis. Like, you can't be sure they're from Dave Angelia because they're not signed. But they are definitely from House Vidalis.
Okay. Can I take a couple for comparison? Handwriting comparison.
You can take them all. These were clearly hidden. And with the other stuff that's in there, it's pretty obvious to you in Dalavash that this was hidden by Edwina.
Okay, then yeah, I'll take all of them.
Okay. Okay. At this point, you guys have passed the skill challenge.
Yay!
So you are not in danger of not having an outcome that would potentially satisfy Jurian. However, you may not know what you want to do yet. So I'm going to offer, do we keep continuing and just kind of going through and sharing knowledge and deciding your next steps and possibly getting more information? Or do you guys feel like you have enough information at this point?
I feel like we have enough. I feel like we could move forward. I would also like to recommend that the railroads ship small animals and the ships ship big animals.
I would also like to recommend that maybe we can come to an agreement where House Orion trains Lorandar on how to properly
Right.
care for the animals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was part of my proposal initially too.
Yeah,
And with the
Keep them on the
12%
payroll.
knowledge too, I think we have, in my opinion, I think we have enough to say you're a
That's pretty
bullshitter,
big.
but 12% of all
No,
their business?
no, that's a big piece of information.
Oh,
Yes,
I was like,
not,
wait, what?
not 12% is big, no.
But yeah, I think we have enough. I don't know what more we could want, but we also don't know what more is out there. So
Just
Yeah.
also keep in mind that we're talking about a big house, right? So 12% of like yours and mine household isn't that much.
Right.
But 12% of
Of a major
like
corporation.
yeah, like the city of Phoenix, Arizona is like millions if not billions of dollars, right?
Right.
So yeah, it's only part, but it's still
It's a
a
hefty chunk.
considerable part. Yeah. Don't
Mm.
but I
whose
think
side
that
are you on?
no, trust me. I just want to put things in perspective because Safiel, you having rolled the insight, you are absolutely right and accurate to call bullshit on Vasu because they were clearly overstating the importance of this contract, right? You are not wrong. There was a lot of, overestimation saying that this would be detrimental. You have enough evidence to say it wouldn't be as detrimental.
Right. It's not as big of a
Okay.
hit as you're trying to lead us on.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and close the tracker. We're going to end combat. We're going to clear the initiative order.
Verbal combat.
I am going to just check on the kids, but I'm not going to pause it. I would like the 5 of you, 6 characters, to outline your plan. And I'm going to say that everyone's going to come back. You're going to come back to the inn or wherever you're staying, and you're going to decide as a group what you're going to lay down as the law and say, this is my decision, and how it's going to break down. Who's going to do what? I believe someone even said prior that instead of training handlers who really their expertise are working on an airship, that perhaps a member of House Orion accompanies, right? Which would
keep them on the payroll forever.
Exactly. So there's a lot of options, but you're not, this is not a contract that lawyers are going to look at. Right. Just give me the high level details of what you guys are going to recommend. I'll be right back.
That was an interesting way to do that.
Yeah.
I actually really like that.
I think we should definitely stick to the suggestion that not only that we leave some Orion members with the airships, with the animals, but also, like you said, Seth, to let some of the smaller animals or the larger herds of animals or whatever get shipped by lightning rail, because it'll be quicker and they can probably handle a larger volume. like cattle or whatever they would need to move massive amounts of. And just a compromise, basically.
Okay, so for Deorian, someone is required to be on all. Should we say at least one per so many animals, and leave that up to them because they would know
on each airship, or at least one, to handle the animals in transit. And then we would keep, I don't know how many shipments they make annually to have a percentage tied to Orion's lightning rails or not. He didn't give us a figure, so it's hard to gauge that, but
which even still, so Deorian, I this has been so confusing just because I keep forgetting who is what.
I know.
Deorian is the rails, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
Lorando is the airships, and Vidalis is the animals themselves.
Okay, so Deorian is going to have all of the small transportation regardless. This is what I have written for Deorian. At least one handler per XX, decided by Deorian for the interest of the animals, because they know better than us, is required to be on all transportation with the animals either way they're going. Second, a percent of the shipments must be made by Deorian. Do we know? So, theoretically speaking, if we did 50%, that would take their profits down to 6% instead of 12%.
Not even 6%, because they're still going to have one member on every airship as well. So they're also cutting into
Well,
that.
that's not their profit. That's how much they pay. Having someone on a ship shouldn't affect their profit.
No, but
I would imagine some of the pay would go to profit and some would go to paying the actual employee.
Yeah.
So does that seem fair then? If what the fuck did I just say? Half.
50-50.
So 50%. 50. So 50-50 at the baseline. 50%.
Let's say 50-50 to start. What? The thing is, I can't remember what Vidalis really wanted to make the change for.
I can look. When did we? Okay, so we talked a little bit ago.
Because I'm tempted to say in the beginning we'd start like 20% airship until they get used to it, and then over time increase the percentage.
So I'm guessing the reasons for doing it is so that they can ship a higher volume at a time, because that's what the airships can do.
Right.
Compared to the light.
Well, they can do it faster. I don't know about volume, but I know they can do it faster.
Well, the airships can do more at a time too.
Okay, I thought it was the other way around. I thought the lightning rails could handle larger volume, but the airships could handle faster.
No, I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, lightning rails are faster.
Oh, okay.
However, more limited. They don't employ much of the lightning rail in their current transport.
Okay, so how do they move them around on land? Just other kind
Road.
of lands vehicles?
Herds, yeah, wagons.
Okay.
So would we want to say 80% Deorian, 20% Vidalis to be reassessed annually?
Oh, Lorando.
To be reassessed annually of the percentages to see how things are going, because hopefully this will put them on good terms and they can start cooperating. And they're like, well, we can handle more this way, and be fucking adults.
I like
maybe
that,
even
except
every
for
few months.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like that, except for the fact that that kind of leaves it open for them to annually discuss it, and we won't be there to moderate it, which means this whole thing could open up again.
Can I make a suggestion?
Of course.
I can't remember who said it. It might have been Dalavash. It might have been Safiel. But types of animals matter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we have that included.
Yeah, that's
so instead of saying 80% to Orion and 20% to Lorandar, be more specific of large animals are handled by, because that also determines the profitability too.
Yeah.
Some animals are more valuable than others. So that's potentially one of the reasons why Vidalis is working with Lorandar because some of their more expensive animals are able to get delivered.
Right.
Overall.
And I think that I wouldn't go into this with everything hammered out in advance.
Right.
It would be we would negotiate at the table which animals would go which way.
Yeah.
But it's definitely we're definitely splitting it between both shipping options, with the caveat that every Lorandar airship needs to have a Orion member aboard to help train and manage the animals.
So, are we happy with our terms that we have?
I think so.
Okay. So, as of right now, what we have is at least one handler from Diorian per amount of animals decided by Orion, because they know the animals best, is required to be on all transportation with the animals, whether it's transportation of the lightning rails or the airships. And then the animal types, the smaller animals determined by them in discussion will go by lightning rail, and the larger animals and breeds will go by airship.
Base terms subject to negotiation by both parties until we nail something that they like. Or, if both parties are happy, we're great. If both parties are unhappy, we're still great. If one party leaves happy and the other one leaves upset, then we've screwed up.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys have a plan. Go ahead.
In my opinion, the bigger issue is the attacks. I mean, yeah, this is important, but the attacks are what they're considering going to war over, and what D'Evangelia was saying was a bigger issue. So what do we do about that, given that we have kind of incriminating evidence toward at least two of the house heads now?
Let me ask, what do you feel is incriminating towards Vidalis?
True.
Yeah, I haven't really. Not
So
really
those
concentrated
notes, the notes
Yeah.
threatening them.
The note's threatening, but you again have no context of what those were about.
True.
And isn't that the person who's dead now anyway?
It is.
Mhm.
And also, that was said at a heated moment after a death at Vedwina. That could be, to your point, could be a conversation we could pull aside the head of Diorian privately and say, just so you know, in our investigation, we found this out. This is very concerning. Even though it was from Edwina and you weren't involved, this is very concerning. And go from there, because they're the ones threatening the war. If we can come back and be like, well, you guys were also, not you, but Edwina was threatening and destroying things.
I thought the head of Dallas was threatening Edwina with those notes.
Yes, but we also found out that Edwina was working with the Dark Daggers to destroy the ships. So that's a concern, and if they're threatening war...
Not the ships. If Kerwin is right, which you do not know that he is, it was sabotaging and raiding their own wagon trains. It was self-sabotage. If Kerwin is right, and if the rumors that Law believes are true are true.
So from our discussions, do we feel as though war with Vasu, do we feel as though war is still on the table? Or do we feel like they've calmed down like they predicted?
I think that all of you would probably be more inclined to take that information to the 12 instead of Vasu. Taking it to Vasu would probably ensure a breakdown of negotiations. And you don't have hard evidence.
Right.
But
my concern
you have
right now
enough
is getting this contract set in stone, and then we'll worry about incrimination and arrests and stuff later.
Yes. For the health of the 12 houses,
right,
this information is very concerning. but you would run that up the chain of command before talking, because really, despite your, what is the word?
Kind of outside of our jurisdiction.
Guys, well, no, but despite your guise and your pretense as a grand arbiter, which might be inclined to further investigate and involve the houses, your real mission is to squash things for the 12 and handle things for the 12. And it may be that you receive orders to do that, but again, you're not really arbiters,
right?
Even though you play one on TV,
Right, exactly.
Right? Does that make sense?
Yep.
You agree with that, Saf?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I kind of wanted to hit Mother's concern of, do we
Yes.
think there's a war still?
There's still a lot of potential.
There's tension.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to say that if you want to meet your timeline, you are going to have to set a meeting between the three houses. And you want to do that for tomorrow.
Yes.
Bet.
Okay. We're not going to go through long, deep negotiations because
Thank
you guys
God.
have passed your skill checks.
Okay, so just so I get this straight, so they're actually willing to negotiate without addressing these concerns of the sabotage and such. It sounds like.
So, no one's admitting to any sabotage, but it's kind of like the elephant in the room, right? And your general wisdom would tell you, if this is the result of tension over this contract, it wouldn't be unheard of for houses to do things to each other to make them look bad. And your general feeling would probably be that if everyone can agree to a compromise, then realistically those things should stop. Now, whether or not they do brings up other issues, right? But generally, that is what the hope would be.
Okay.
Now,
gotcha.
I am going to ask all right, let's see if this works. Hopefully it does. All right, so at the end of the negotiations, everyone agrees. There is some bickering and arguing, and it takes up a pretty significant amount of the day. I'm going to say you probably start negotiations around 10 a.m. and they continue probably until about 6 or 7 p.m. before everyone is mostly satisfied with the terms and have all agreed to abide by your decision. Now, I'm going to send a request for a roll. It is going to be an insight roll, but it is set to be to hide the results of your roll. Meaning, I'm not going to let you use inspiration on this.
Let's see what we rolled.
So, does everyone...
Yeah, and it says
Get it.
roll
How
mode.
do I roll it? Oh, there we go.
Does it default to...
We can do
I
it-
just did mine, so
yeah,
that
we
should.
can do advantage, normal, and disadvantage if we want.
Okay.
And it says at the bottom, blind roll the DM.
Cool.
I hate that you found that feature. That's so stressful.
I assume we're not doing not investigations.
It's not my best. skill.
Diplomacy well under zone of truth.
No, I don't think anyone would agree to that. Okay. Mother and dove. And only mother and dove. Both of you get the feeling that House Orion is mostly satisfied. House Lorandar is mostly relieved. And House Fidelis, you can't tell.
Okay.
Outwardly, House Fidelis is seemingly on board with everything. But you're not sure that the outward presentation is legitimate.
Well, nothing we can do. The other two are happy. That's good enough for me.
Okay. Because today is the second day and it's closing, so hold on, let me open up this. We need to go day. It is now Saturday. And it is, for anyone that used resources, feel free to click the long rest so you replenish all your resources. It is probably, by the time everyone leaves and everyone... also, if you have any negatives, they are now gone.
Yeah.
All right, so it is now probably... Go to an hour. It's just a little after 7:30.
Are we supposed to meet with the governor again, or can we wait till tomorrow?
Gave you 2 days.
Yeah, we better go to him.
This would be the
ASAP.
second day.
All right. So yeah, we can check in.
Okay. You spend some time trying to get word, and he agrees to meet you around 9 p.m.
Good. That gives us
Anything
2
you
hours
want to
to
do?
relax.
Yeah, I was going to say anything you want to do before then.
Not really. Just sit down and take a breather after 12 or whatever many hours of constant bickering.
Intense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe grab a drink
Okay.
real quick.
Obviously, it's not daytime, so you'll have to pretend.
All right.
But you find
try.
yourselves suspend disbelief.
It's really hard to pretend to this whole D&D thing.
I love how it has fucking recessed lighting in here.
Yeah.
I just noticed that.
That continual light resource.
Yeah,
recessed lighting.
recessed continual light. All right. After a while, And I'm going to say even though it's he agreed to meet at 9, it's about 9:24 before he shows up.
Mm-hmm.
This time there are no papers.
Fashionably
His
late.
desk is pretty cleaned. He sits down and looks at you expectantly.
Mm-hmm. Then I will say negotiations have been successful. Contract has been signed. All parties are adequately okay with it.
Do you have a copy of the contract?
Why would
he
we give
need
it to
one?
them?
Yeah, I don't know if he needs it.
Yeah. Yeah, he wouldn't necessarily need that, or you wouldn't disclose that.
Yeah.
Safiel's right. You wouldn't disclose that to him. He nods and gives you a look of approval, but you don't see any real surprise
No.
on his face.
No thumbs this time. Sorry.
And everyone, and this bickering, these incidents between your houses, this is at an end, I take it. Everyone agrees to get along, yes?
Mm-hmm. That's what we do.
Very well. Now, as I'm sure you must know, His Majesty is quite busy. It may be some time before I could arrange an audience. However, something has come up.
Suddenly an exclamation point appears over his head. It's like, shit.
Exactly. Something has come up, and I have a bit of a predicament. If you were to assist me in this manner, I am sure upon its successful completion, no doubt we would be able to find time for His Majesty.
Can I insight him, just see if he's just bullshitting us a little bit more?
Go for it.
Ugh, I'm not good at
Can I
insight.
also incite him to see if he's bullshitting us?
Anyone who wants to can roll.
Oh my god! Thank God we were not in combat
hey!
tonight.
Good thing we have wisdom people with us.
Yes, indeed.
Dude, I have a freaking +7! Like, what? This is shit!
So,
Mine's +6.
Dove, Mother, and Dalavesh. I mean, there's not much. I'm gonna even say Safiel, right? Yeah, he's bullshitting you. It's obvious.
Yeah.
But the question you need to ask yourselves is, what choice do you have? Because he holds.
Oh no,
Like
I'm not arguing
yeah.
with that. It's just It's just that we were talking. I think when you were away from the computer at one point, it was like, what's the point of even the duel if that didn't even buy us what we were supposed to get out of it? It's
Well,
more and more
really,
hoops.
the point of the duel was to hopefully incarcerate the lot of you.
Well, right. Right.
You got to remember that
But
this is not a duel that you requested.
Right, but it's getting to that point where it's like, should we have asked for a different boon at this point?
I hear that. You
And,
you can't load an old save at this point. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, damn. I was just checking, too. Too many autosaves. It buried my
Yeah.
manual
Yeah, it
save.
buried your quick saves and auto saves have buried that.
So what is this
Hey,
favor you're asking of us?
he gives you a bit of a scrutinizing look, and he kind of looks for a moment at his nails, and then he leans forward. Steeples his hands.
You must assassinate my friend, Douche Canoe. Excellent.
Have you heard of the festival?
Which one?
Taking place near Duskwood in the Windshire.
I don't believe I have.
There is one among you who has.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. It was me.
What kind of
You gonna
festival would this
say?
be?
No.
Are you gonna? Okay, you're not gonna. You're gonna keep quiet, Lob.
Yep.
Okay.
For now.
It is. It is a small village. However, it is deep in the wine country. Many of our most exquisite vintages and wines come from this region. It is something that predates even Fairhaven. There have been disturbing reports. There was apparently a most vicious murder, but more importantly, there appears to be unnatural phenomenon surrounding the area. I must tell you, I have close friends,
You have
family even. Were you to handle this matter, as you have proven to be resourceful, I would be in your debt.
I'm not going to speak for the whole party on this one. I do look around to see what the general consensus is.
Two things. First, I want to insight check.
I tried to do a roll,
Oh.
but I would like everyone to make an insight roll, please. There's no tokens on this, so I can't actually request the roll. Oh, there. Yeah,
how's that possible?
I'm on the. All right. So for all of you this time, well, Love and Raymond have not, but there we
I was
go.
waiting
We're
to
good.
see if you were going to say anything.
All right.
Idea.
So
That's
so
dangerous.
for all of you, this one actually has a little bit of. You actually sense that he's legitimately worried.
Okay.
That there is real concern, and that this probably yesterday when you met probably wasn't something he was planning on asking.
Okay.
That he even himself seems a little bit surprised and
That he's
what's the
bringing it up?
word? It's not that he's surprised, he's reluctant, but
Okay.
there's just enough of his fear that is compelling him
How-
to
We'll do this.
do
We'll
so.
do this favor for you, but if we're successful, you have to release Will.
What?
Will?
Never mind. Oh, you're not.
What?
You are Jamie. Why would you
Oh
say that? I
man,
don't know what that means. You are
I love
awful.
it. I love it.
Brian should know what that means.
It's spoilers, guys.
That's
I'm
Yeah,
guessing
yeah.
it's a BG3 reference, but I don't remember
Yeah.
that part.
I get it. I get it.
I can guess. Well, that does get to my second point. I would like to maybe. Mother probably doesn't want to be the one saying things, so they will give the Dalavesh signal. Looks like a bat signal.
Okay. Go ahead.
And
Go for Galavash.
Go for Dalavash.
Galavash is the answering service. Can I be of assistance?
have Dalavesh relay to Dove. I suggest only if we get a written contract that should we complete this, we will get a specific date, or he will arrange a specific date for a meeting. Basically, no more conditions.
He. Okay, I pick up the signal. I nod that I've gotten the transmission, so you know I heard you when you may not understand my response. But I want to say to him, because I can tell that he's genuinely concerned, as he did specifically mention family. So I'm going to turn on the reassuring mode, right? Maximum charisma output. And I say, if we take this up, then you can rest assured your family will be fine. And I want to make sure that you understand that we are not the monsters that you have been portraying us to be. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that we are valuable people to have on your side. So understand, if we do this for you, no more do this, do that, no more running around. We need this meeting to be set up for real. And I just like look him straight in the eyes.
From a drawer, he pulls out a scroll, like a piece of parchment paper that's rolled up. He clears his throat, swallows, and hands it to you. Before you unroll it to look at it, he tells you, this festival is important to many people, including merchants and important to the peoples of Onder. The festival normally runs all of next week. If you arrive and, as you say, protect our people, that, and he nods to the scroll, you have my word that I will act upon it. And as you unroll the scroll,
Mm-hmm.
it says that you will have a meeting, an audience with the King of Onder on the 2nd of Nim.
Look at that. He even had it already drawn up and everything.
Already drawn up
That's
with
suspicious.
with the seal on there.
Okay.
It's a little over a week away.
Yeah, but the festival
10
will
days.
For
last
the week, yeah.
for the week.
And how far away is the location?
No, I'm saying
of
that's
the
not that
festival?
far away.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. At least it's not the one in Gallspire.
So looking at the map, it is probably about a 2-hour lightning rail ride followed by a what would that be? Probably probably about followed by like a bit of a hike. However, I'm going to say there is a smaller lightning rail terminal. Again, the yellow
It's a
lines, if you're
festival,
looking
so
at
they
the
probably
map.
have
Yeah.
set up.
It's more of a local thing. So, but there is a lightning rail. So I'm going to say it would probably be about a 3-hour,
Oh, okay.
maybe close to 4.
Is he funding our trip?
No, it'd probably be about 3 exactly. Yeah, he'll arrange for travel.
No, I don't see why we wouldn't be amenable. I'll make sure the rest of the team is on board.
He tells you that the town of Windshire is actually centered off of a major tributary from the Wynarn River. And the town is actually in like an islet, right? So the river bifurcates around the town.
Okay.
There's a lot of trade on the river, but the town itself is surrounded on all sides by a river. There are bridges and, up port, things like that. I would greatly appreciate if you leave now.
It's the middle of the night.
Out of,
It's about 9:40. Go ahead, Mother.
out of character question, weird question, but where was that phylactery? Was that the Whisper Woods that the Dark Daggers were looking for that phylactery, or was it this woods?
Note taker?
What?
Where
Oh
was
no,
the
it was not around here. It was fuck. Oh, I have 82 pages of notes.
Holy shit!
Jesus Christ.
Okay, that
Wow.
was still today.
Is it searchable?
I'm sure it is. We just okay, blah blah blah.
I can get back to you on that if we don't
The
want.
forest north of Arexel.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Whisperwoods?
It was Whisperwoods. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're welcome. Sorry, I was looking at a
Thank
picture of Astarion,
No.
so
Oh,
sorry.
Get distracted.
I
yeah.
know, and he doesn't have a shirt on. What can I say?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, sounds. If we can help protect against what may be a significant threat, it sounds, we will do our best.
Right. He said leave immediately. If he can get transport immediately, then we might as well head out now.
Sure.
We can rest
When we
on the way,
leave, I
'cause
have
I'm
to
really
talk to
tired.
Mother. Yeah.
Well, I will give him the reassurances that we're on the case. We jump in the mystery machine, and we drive away. Mystery Inc. is on the case.
Okay.
When we leave and we're not in his office anymore, Mother, I have to be really annoying. Can you do me a favor? And it's okay if you say no. I'm hoping we're not going to get in a fight. Can you just send Alora a message and let her know we're going to Windshire and we're going to be gone for the next week? That way, if she goes back to the hotel and doesn't see us, she doesn't freak out.
Of course.
Thank you.
Should we let anyone else know? Such as, do we have a handler now?
Yeah,
Ivan
Ivan.
Okay.
Yeah, you could definitely tell Ivan too. That way he's not doesn't come back and he's like, where the fuck did everybody go?
Yeah.
Could we stop at a sending stone on the way to let him know, at least?
That's a
And,
good idea.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
But I will send to Alora.
Thank you. You're the best.
I know. That was a joke.
It was a good
I
one,
have
Mother.
much to learn.
Very proud of you. That was great. On point. That was fantastic.
He needs
Keep
a
it up.
motion chip installed.
I mean, that was a joke. Ha ha. Fat chance.
There we go. GLaDOS.
No, I will do a sending to Alora. Whatever you need me to send.
Just say we're going to Windshire for the wine festival for the next week and won't be back until 1 in. I don't know. Whatever that day is.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. I am concerned about leaving the bickering parties for a week, especially if some of them may be questionable.
We gotta keep going on with our mission. We can't worry about the what ifs.
They aren't children. I'm sure they can make an entire week without killing each other.
I would be less concerned about children than I would about if there are.
Another good one, Mother.
Mother sighs and gives the Dalvesh signal.
So proud.
Compromised. They had, especially perhaps Evangelia.
Well, God forbid anything does happen. Ivan will find a way to get in contact with us to tell us to get back to Fairhaven immediately.
It's only 3 hours away. It's not like we're traveling halfway across the map.
Exactly.
True.
You can do a lot of damage in 6 seconds. You can do a lot of damage in 3 hours. But you know what?
That's true.
It takes time.
Okay, let me ask. How's everyone doing for time? We fading?
I'm fine. But
But I
I'm
feel
a
like
night
other
creature.
people are.
I'm probably going to be fading pretty soon here.
Yeah, I'm fading.
Okay.
and Jamie's like half our party.
He is
Actually, a
1/3.
third. Yeah.
Okay. I just
Yeah.
want to do one thing, and then I will let everyone go. Okay?
Yep.
You board the lightning rail. And it will take you most of the way. Well, here, everyone's on the map. So you're going to head to about here before it will split off and head towards Windshire following the road, right? So you'll come down to about here.
Yep.
Takes just a little over 2 hours. And then from here, wrong button.
So they're about 60 miles an hour.
You will get to about here. And as you guys are staring back, so time wise, we're gonna go 2 hours, right? So we got 1, 2, and then another hour. So it is now the following day. It is a little after midnight. You guys notice as you approach the river and cross over the river, as you're heading in towards Windshire, you start to see a not super thick, but clinging to the forests and hills is a gray fog. As you continue on your way, before you actually get to Windshire, the lightning rail comes to a stop, and everything goes dark.
I thought we left the lightning rail behind.
There's
No.
two.
This is, you travel the lightning rail down to these crossroads, and then from
Right.
here, you followed. You are right about here. You're close.
Right, but that yellow line is the lightning rail, isn't it?
No,
Yeah,
those
but
are the
there's, like-
major.
Yeah, there's like side rails
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
that don't show up on the map.
This map is 30 years old. All right.
Right.
All right. And there are more direct routes now, but these represent like the major arteries. So from here to here, you've got, we'll say it got you a little closer. You've probably got about a 2-hour hike before you get to Windshire. However, the engineers inform you that they don't know what's going on. There is no reason that the train should have stopped. And at this point, you can see that the fog is very thick.
I don't know how much we're doing, but I'm gonna take out my sword and then just
We gotta hoof
and
it.
have it light everything up.
If you want to continue, you can wait around for the rail or make your way.
Do we know generally the direction from here?
Yeah,
If it's that thick,
Yeah.
the visibility's crap.
You have a ranger with you.
That's true.
yep.
That's true. What's your favorite terrain? No.
Forest.
Grassland.
Oh shit.
Actually, I might have more than one.
You probably lost
Yeah, don't
that
you?
if you're using the alternate ranger or the improved ranger. Because they changed stuff.
Forest and grassland.
Okay.
Ooh.
Forest and grassland. All right. All right. Do you guys hoof it?
But they have no idea how long it's going to take to get the train running.
No.
So we could either end up waiting 2 hours on the train, or we could walk the 2 hours to the place.
I
I
vote
mean-
we start hoofing it.
Yeah.
We just sat around for 12 hours listening to people bitch. I would love to
true.
walk.
Yeah,
I
that-
would love to walk.
That is not a bad point.
Okay.
Will they be safe, though?
Who?
That
The train.
problem.
The train's
Sounds
not
like a-
going anywhere. It's on rails.
Yeah.
They didn't make it into Ravenloft yet.
That's where
We're
we're
on the
going.
outskirts. Don't you
That's
get
where
that?
we're going.
That's where we're going. We're walking into it.
So-
Come on, let's go.
I'm guessing, did the rails just suddenly end there for
They
some
did
reason?
not. They
Yeah,
did
right,
not
The train's
end.
just dug into the ground. Like, oh shit.
All right. I'm going to assume that you guys are all hoofing it, and we are going to change.
Oh, Jesus
I
Christ.
like it. I like it a lot.
Oh, I don't.
I love it.
Don't say a
Love it.
fucking word.
Can I live there? That's my
Telematch
home now.
retires here.
Oh my god, is that a cemetery?
It is.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
must be
God.
Raven Hill Cemetery. if
But you
it's
have to. But
industrial.
like, let's be honest though. Sleeping in a cemetery has to be like besides the creep, like best sleep you'll ever get because there shouldn't be anyone there. It should be nice
Right?
and quiet. Like, I think about that a lot. That's my Roman Empire.
That's your Roman Empire.
Okay.
That's
The
funny.
Ghost Empire.
That's so funny.
Okay.
Oh, I hate this. I
I
hate
love
this so much. I hate it.
Okay. So there's a couple things I'm gonna let you guys know.
No, I don't want to know. Good, actually.
From this point on, there will be no battle maps.
Yes.
Ooh.
Good.
This will all be Theater of the Mind.
Ooh. Ah.
I fucking hate this.
I like to be on this side of the screen for scary games.
Here come the purple Hootas.
But what kind of owl is it?
As you guys make your way, you start to notice a few things. The wildlife doesn't seem normal. Delavash, as you lead your party through, there is quite a bit that is just wholly unnatural to you.
Ooh.
I want to go home.
I think you are home.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't say that.
I mean, like,
There
look around
seems
your surroundings.
there seems to be something just not right. Animals acting aggressive. Animals that are not typically nocturnal. You see a strangeness to the creatures. Every bit of this has your instincts standing on edge, because you know what a forest at night should be like, even with fog, and this is not it. As you guys continue to make your way deeper, following the path, hearing more of the odd sounds, as you make your way, suddenly hold on.
My fingertips are starting to glow a little bit. Oh, the sound stopped for me for a second. That sucks.
It did for me for a second too.
It still hasn't
Actually,
returned
yeah,
for
it's
me.
still going.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wonder if I have too much going on.
Just gonna say, Saf's not a bitch. I am. There's a difference.
Right?
She is not scared,
Like
but
a
I
wisdom
don't
save
like
to be
it.
brave.
Oh God, I hate it. I'm not built for this.
This is where actually using this in person would probably be even a little bit better. Okay, we're starting to get some sounds back.
Yep.
Are
we really hearing like people screaming in the
yes,
background?
you are
Okay.
really hearing people scream.
Dalabash, where are we? Is this on the map? Okay, I turn in the direction of where that one came from.
The interesting thing is that it's close, and they all seem to be coming from the same direction.
Okay.
Should we start heading in that direction?
I think maybe we should see what's going on. All right. All right. What's the visibility like? It's super thick, right?
It's super thick.
We're talking 150
And
feet.
suddenly, in front of you are a pair of glowing yellow eyes.
Woo!
See y'all next week.
I thought you were gonna say the fucking twins. I was like, these bitches.
Woo! All right. That's good. I'll stop the stream now, but woo!